Chapter 2239, 2239 Name on Steely. 2239 Name on Steely. Trash. In the square, Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned when he saw that and could not help but curse. How dare you embarrass Imperial Wind Temple? They belong to Suzimo to begin with. It's nothing much to return them to him. Perfected Immortal Xieling smiled gently and consoled. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression softened. However, Mo Qian's performance in front of Suzimo earlier on was way too poor. He was as obedient as a little white rabbit. After we return to the sect, I'll have this Mo Qian reside in the servant courtyard. Heaven Immortal Green Peak thought to himself and had already decided on Mo Qian's future. Level 5. Feng Yin retracted his gaze and sighed, lamenting internally. It would naturally be best if he could get rid of Suzimo in advance. However, he had no reason and could not attack unreasonably in level 5. If a conflict broke out because of this, he could naturally step in and suppress Suzimo. That was the reason why he told Mo Qian not to be afraid. He was waiting for the conflict to escalate. However, to think that Suzimo did not even have to move a single finger and merely said a few words softly before Mo Qian returned the storage bags obediently. Since things had come to this, Feng Yin could not say anything and could only close his eyes to rest once more. Suzimo glanced at Feng Yin, who was not far away. Earlier on, he felt immense hostility from this reincarnated immortal. However, it was retracted quickly. Not far away, another cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy arrived. He was shocked when he saw the bloody battlefield. Before long, a cultivator from the same sect went forward to explain, and everyone headed to the Earth ranking Steely to carve their names. Junior Brother Su, you haven't left your name here yet. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the Steely and said, only those who leave their names on it are qualified to enter the final ranking battle. Suzimo had killed 18 Earth Immortals and there were 18 empty spots. However, the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy went forward to leave their names and almost filled the empty spots. Furthermore, cultivators arrived continuously during the battle and left their names on the Earth ranking Steely. There were already more than 60 names on it. Suzimo went forward and wrote his name on the Steely. The moment he left his name, his final ranking in the elimination round was already decided. 68. In his consciousness, the Hell Suppression tripod moved. The treasure of level 5 should be nearby. Suzimo circled around the Earth ranking Steely before retreating slowly. He looked up and suddenly frowned slightly. The gigantic Steely was 100 feet tall and at the 90 feet position, there were two names listed side by side. It was extremely striking and was above everyone else. One of them was Tai Hua. What's with that? Suzimo pointed to the two names and asked. They're all competitive and don't want their reputation to be inferior to others. Princess Scarlet Rainbow explained. Suzimo harumphed coldly. It's fine if it's anyone else, but is Immortal Tai Hua worthy? Boom. Arriving before the Earth ranking Steely, Suzimo stomped heavily on the ground with a loud bang and the entire space shook. A figure rose from the ground and charged towards the peak of the Earth ranking Steely. The loud bang attracted countless gazes and everyone looked at the rising figure in shock. What is he trying to do? Didn't he already leave his name on the Earth ranking? Could Suzimo be thinking of surpassing Feng Yin and Tai Hua's height of 90 feet? In the midst of their discussion, boom, another loud bang sounded. At the highest point of the Earth ranking Steely, a figure stood up slowly. His black hair danced as he looked down at the many cultivators in an unparalleled manner. Not only did Suzimo surpass Feng Yin and Tai Hua, he even reached the peak of the Earth ranking Steely and it rested beneath his feet. How is that possible? What a powerful burst! Everyone exclaimed. Even Feng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of caution. Initially, he thought that Suzimo was exhausted. To think that he could still release such a tremendous power. Although the grade 10 Green Lotus true body was severely injured, his injuries were already much better when he returned and he still possessed an extremely powerful burst power. More importantly, the power of this space was based on the earth element. The element of the creation Green Lotus was wood. Wood countered earth. The Green Lotus true body was much less affected by gravity in this space than the others. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to reach the peak in a single leap. Su Zimo stood on the earth ranking steely and shifted his gaze. Not far away, there was a fist-sized yellow mud that emitted a faint glow. In the square, perfected Immortal Xieling explained, this yellow mud is called the Saturn soil. It fell from Saturn and the power of the earth within is extremely pure. Although it looks like yellow mud, it's incomparably tough. If you refine an earth element dharmic treasure and add a small handful of Saturn soil, the effect will increase significantly. Pausing for a moment, he smiled helplessly. Su Zimo's senses are way too sharp. All the treasures in the first 4 levels were snatched away by him. Naturally, this Saturn soil can't be hidden from him. There won't be any danger, right? Elder Zhong was worried. After all, in the previous 4 levels, it took a lot of effort to subdue those treasures. Su Zimo used many powerful trump cards and went through a lot of trouble. But now that Su Zimo had used up all his trump cards and was injured, it would be difficult to deal with things if another living being were to pop out. There's no danger. Xieling shook his head. Throughout history, no one has been able to jump to the top. There are no living beings born in the Saturn soil either. In other words, whoever could reach the top would naturally be able to take over the Saturn soil. Yunting smiled gently and suddenly asked, Your Highness Xieling, this is only level 5. Could there be these treasures in the later 4 levels as well? You mean to say? Xieling's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. There were similar treasures in each level of the 9 heavens. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would expend a lot of energy to reach level 5. There were still ranking battles to be fought later on and naturally, no one would continue to ascend to level 6. No one would create trouble for themselves for no reason. However, the person inside was not an ordinary person. Right then, in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo picked up the Saturn soil and squatted down. After a long silence, he used the Saturn soil to carve 2 words at the highest point of the earth ranking steely. It was the name of a person. When they saw that, the eyes of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy reddened and they remained silent. The discussions in the square gradually calmed down as well and many cultivators had conflicted expressions. Dozens of cultivators in front of the earth ranking steely raised their heads. At the highest point of the steely, another name appeared above Feng Yin and Tai Hua's names. It was the name of a fallen cultivator. Yi Fei. In Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly and sniffled. She turned her head away and shed tears silently. Liu Ping recalled the scene of Yi Fei releasing the lifespan sacrifice art and breaking free from the seal as well and sighed gently. Yi Fei was dead. However, his name was left at the top of the earth ranking steely, looking down on everyone. It was like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Although it was fleeting, it shone with an incomparably resplendent light. Chapter 2240, 2240 Blood for Blood. 2240 Blood for Blood. Level 5. Su Zimo stood up slowly and stood at the highest point of the earth ranking steely. He put away the Saturn soil into his consciousness and it was devoured by the hell suppression tripod rapidly. After devouring and refining this Saturn soil, Su Zimo could use the Jupiter wood obtained from level 4 for his own cultivation. The hell suppression tripod could be repaired all the same and all 4 sacred souls could be awakened. Su Zimo looked in the direction of level 6 in silence. He could vaguely guess that if he continued ascending, a similar treasure might be hidden in level 6. However, given his current condition, it was truly not suitable for him to continue barging forth. That was unless he wanted to give up on the ranking battle and the fight for the top of the earth ranking completely. Killing Immortal Tai Hua at the end took a huge toll on him. The Green Lotus true body endured quite a blow against Immortal Tai Hua's supreme divine power as well. It was way too risky to continue ascending to level 6. Furthermore, today's matter was not over for him, for other Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were still in the 9 heavens. The reason why these people entered the 9 heavens was to join forces to kill him. However, they were not gathered together. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy. Yi Fei's death triggered the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart completely. He wanted to annihilate the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sec. He wanted those two factions to be removed from the Earth ranking this time round. He wanted to embarrass the two factions completely. Suddenly, sensing something, Suzumo's gaze shifted and he saw a figure speeding over from the distant horizon. From his attire, it was an execution guard of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Boom! Suzumo leaped down from the highest point of the Earth ranking steely and landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Among the Earth execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Lu Yu was considered as an expert among the commanders. However, his combat strength was ranked last in this group. Of course, even at the bottom, he had already reached level 5 as well, and the Earth ranking steely was right before him. As long as he left his name on the Earth ranking steely, he could join forces with Taihan and the Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect to kill Suzumo. I'm slightly slower. Who knows, Great Commander Taihan and the others might have already killed Suzumo. Lu Yu thought as he sprinted. Right then, he suddenly smelled a faint blood stench. Frowning, he looked over and saw more than 10 headless corpses strewn in front of the Earth ranking steely. They were all from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sec. How could this be? What happened? Lu Yu was shocked. Right then, his feet trembled as though the ground was shaking. Right on the heels of that, a loud bang sounded from the direction of the Earth ranking steely. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a green-robed cultivator walking over in huge strides, holding 18 heads that were still stained with blood in one hand with a torrential malevolent aura. Suzumo. Pest. Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression changed. He could clearly see that the heads were all Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Even Taihan and Immortal Taihua were among them. Great Commander Taihan was dead. Even Immortal Taihua was dead. That piece of information was way too shocking and impactful for Lu Yu. For a moment, he could not accept it and could not react. In that few breaths, Suzumo had already closed in. He did not abandon the 18 heads on his left hand and merely grabbed them with his palm. He extended his other palm and slapped down towards Lu Yu. That palm covered the skies and released an incomparably tragic and violent aura. Against that palm, Lu Yu's aura was gone and he was scared out of his wit. If it was a normal fight to the death, Lu Yu would not have ended up in such a state. But now, he was scared out of his wits when he saw the heads of Taihan and Immortal Taihua in Suzumo's hands. Even if he had 100% combat strength, he could not unleash 50%. Without time to activate his spirit consciousness or release his divine powers and immortal arts, Lu Yu could only raise his arms, wanting to grab Suzumo's palm and turn to escape. Bang! When Suzumo slapped Lu Yu's arms, there was a dull sound of defeat. Crack! Right on the heels of that, Suzumo's gaze intensified as he exerted strength and pushed down with one hand. Die! Suzumo hollered with unparalleled might like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Lu Yu's arms were snapped by Suzumo's palm. Lu Yu was unlike Taihan, who possessed the reaction and methods to be able to raise his head to dodge. The tremendous force crushed down and Suzumo slapped Lu Yu on the head. With a bang, brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. Through the skull, Lu Yu's essence spirit was shattered by Suzumo's palm. He killed an Earth execution guard with a single hand and one palm strike. Using his palm like a saber, Suzumo slit Lu Yu's throat and cut off the massive head, holding it in his hands. When the cultivators beside the Earth ranking steely saw that, they were relatively calm and their expressions did not change much. After all, compared to the scene of Suzumo being surrounded by Immortal Taihua, Taihan and the other 16 Earth Immortals earlier on, this was nothing. However, in the square, Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea finally could not help but stand up with furious expressions. Isn't Heaven and Earth Academy way too ruthless? Heaven Immortal White Sea raised his arm and pointed his folding fan at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, saying hatefully, "We've already lost this battle. Why is this lad bent on wiping us out? Wiping you guys out?" Elder Zhong sneered, "Let me ask you, if Suzumo is in your hands right now, will he still be alive?" Elder he had an unfriendly expression as well as he said coldly, "White Sea, Don't forget that Flying Immortal sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were the ones who attacked first and killed first. No matter how our Academy disciples retaliate, your two factions will have to endure it. Prince Yuanzhe turned to look at perfected Immortal Xieling and cupped his fists. Your Highness, Su Zimo is so violent and murderous. How is he different from a fiend cultivator? In my opinion, there's a high chance that this lad is a spy from the fiend domain who infiltrated the divine firmament immortal domain. P2e. Yun Ting had just drunk a mouthful of strong wine and spat it out, scolding, Yuanzhe, you're truly shameless. You're resorting to slander now after you failed to defeat him? Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Your Highness Xieling, I suggest that we move this lad out of the 9 heavens lest he goes on a killing spree within. Xieling shook his head with an indifferent expression. This is the elimination round of the 9 heavens, life and death battles are allowed. Earlier on, when your two factions joined forces to attack a disciple of the Academy, I did not interfere. Now, if this Academy disciple wants to kill everyone, I won't stop him either. An eye for an eye, blood for blood until the elimination round is finally over. Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea were helpless and could only give up and sit back down. Chapter 2241 Ranking Battle. 2241 Ranking Battle. As time passed by, the names on the Earth ranking steadily increased. As for Su Zimo, he guarded this place. The remaining 3 Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect did not manage to escape and were killed by him in the 9 heavens. Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea could only watch helplessly. At that moment, all 22 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect were annihilated without exception. Earth Immortals, even the strongest Earth Immortals, were nothing to these two factions. In Flying Immortal sect, Earth Immortals were only outer sect disciples. In the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, they were only Earth execution guards. The loss of more than 20 people was nothing to the two factions, it could not even amount to a single strand of hair. However, the impact on the reputation of the two factions was immeasurable. The two factions joined forces with a reincarnated immortal in the fray but were killed by a single person and removed from the Earth ranking. Before long, the news would spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and cause a huge stir. In fact, for a long time to come, it would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators in divine firmament mainland. Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea would be regarded as failures. Naturally, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect would be implicated as well. Although the elimination round was still ongoing, many cultivators in the square were no longer interested. Everyone merely looked up occasionally to see whose name was added to the stele. Most of them were still excited, immersed in what was probably the most earth-shaking Earth Immortal battle earlier on. Su Zimo from the Academy has truly become famous after a single battle. That's right. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't have to take part in the ranking battle next. Even the top of the Earth ranking this time round won't be able to cover his glory. For many cultivators, the fight for the Earth ranking was purely for fame. Su Zimo had already obtained enough treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Now, he was renowned through a shocking battle. To everyone, it no longer mattered whether Su Zimo continued to take part in the ranking battle. Another 2 hours passed. Apart from Immortal Tai Hua and the others who died, there were already 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking stele. This also meant that the elimination round of the Earth ranking was officially over. Perfected Immortal Xieling stood up slowly and his glabella shone. His hands changed continuously in midair and released true essence divine lights that entered the mirror in the firmaments. The scenes reflected in the firmaments gradually dissipated. Thereafter, a gigantic crack appeared in the void and countless figures fell out like fishes. Many cultivators controlled their bodies and returned to the Yangyang Palace, feeling as though a lifetime had passed. More than 100,000 Earth Immortals died in the elimination round. The other cultivators descended one after another and returned to their sects. Under the control of Xieling's spirit consciousness, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking stele hovered in midair above the square and were watched by everyone. The 100 cultivators were arranged in a vertical row according to the ranking of the elimination round. Their leader was the number 1 of the elimination round, Feng Yin. The first is Feng Yin, as was predicted. Strange, the second is Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. The third is Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Most of the Earth Immortals who participated in the elimination round had just come out of the 9 heavens and did not know what happened in level 5. Tai Han and Qing Chunzi aren't in the top 10 either. What's going on? Pest. Who is that? Why is he carrying so many heads? An Earth Immortal exclaimed when he saw Su Zimo, who was ranked 68th. The 22 bloodstained heads had their long hairs intertwined into a bundle that was held in the hands of a refined cultivator in green robes. It looked extremely shocking. Some Earth Immortals focused their gazes and saw the heads of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and the others that they mentioned earlier on. What? What happened? The Earth Immortals were shocked. A cultivator of the same sect beside them had long recounted the battle that broke out in level 5 in a low voice. Instantly, the square was noisy. Piak, piak, piak. A round of applause sounded from the banquet as Yun Ting stood up slowly and declared, Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me indeed. I did not come for nothing this time round. Good kills, that was an enjoyable battle. Remember the challenge between us. I'll be waiting for you on the heaven ranking. Yun Ting burst into laughter and was prepared to leave. He had already achieved his goal for this trip and was unwilling to stay here any longer. The ranking battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to continue watching, Prince Yun Ting? Xie Ling asked with a smile. There's nothing to see. Yun Ting waved it off. Even without the ranking battle, there's only a single person worthy of being at the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Yun Ting did not say it explicitly, but everyone could tell who he was referring to. In everyone's heart, they had already made their own judgment as well. In that battle, Su Zimo killed 18 Earth Immortals single-handedly, including the extremely famous Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and other Earth Immortal experts. He was indeed worthy of the title of the top of the Earth ranking. Xie Ling smiled gently. No matter what, according to the rules, the ranking battle has to be carried out. Only the number 1 of the ranking battle is the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak added, there are many methods available to Earth Immortals in a fight. In the 9 heavens, their combat strength is restricted and they can't unleash their full strength. That battle can't prove anything. Feng Yin was from Imperial Wind Temple. Naturally, he was unwilling to give in when he saw that the reputation and glory of the top of the Earth ranking was about to be snatched away by Su Zimo. Furthermore, beside the Earth ranking Steely, Su Zimo patted Mo Qian on the shoulder as though he was teaching a child a lesson. That made Heaven Immortal Green Peak very uncomfortable and he would not let Su Zimo be too smug. Yun Ting pouted and ignored Heaven Immortal Green Peak. Everyone naturally had their own standards and he could not be bothered to argue with them. Yun Ting stood up and was about to leave when his gaze shifted to the seats of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He mocked, Yuan's were, White Sea, what are the 2 of you still doing here? It's none of your business. Prince Yuan's were replied coldly. The 2 of them had ugly expressions. If they could attack Yun Ting, they would have torn him into pieces long ago. Yun Ting pouted and shook his head. The Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have already been removed from the Earth ranking. Aren't you guys embarrassed enough? Instead of scampering away, you're still going to stay here? Our people are indeed dead, but the cultivators of other sects and factions are still on the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal White Sea harumphed coldly. Since you said that Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking, let's see what he has to work with. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy using all his trump cards in the Battle of the 9 Heavens. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, he would definitely not be able to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. At the very least, Su Zimo would not be able to get through Feng Yin. Feng Yin had arrived at the Earth ranking steely a long time ago and had been conserving his energy. He had long recovered to his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he was already exhausted after consecutive battles. In that regard, the difference between them was way too great. Chapter 2242, 2242 I'm going to do it. 2242 I'm going to do it. After pondering for a moment, Elder Zhong stood out and cupped his fists towards Xieling. Your Highness, too many changes have happened in the elimination round of the Earth ranking. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces to attack a disciple of our academy, causing him to expend too much energy and severely affect his combat strength. I suggest that the ranking battle be postponed for a day. That will be more fair. Elder, he added hurriedly, that's right. No. Prince Yuanzhe was the first to stand out and sneered, what kind of a joke is this? Who doesn't exhaust themselves in the elimination round? You want to change the rules just for a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy? That's right. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice as well. The ranking battle is about to begin after the elimination round. The goal is to not give these Earth Immortals any time to rest. Otherwise, there's no meaning to the ranking of the elimination round. If anything happens in the elimination round, that's also a part of the fight for the Earth ranking. We can't change the rules just because of a single change. Cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were both dead. Naturally, Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea were unwilling to see Su Zimo obtain the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak represented Imperial Wind Temple and was unwilling to give in. He could also tell that if Su Zimo rested for a day and recovered to his peak condition, Fengyin might not be his match. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at perfected Immortal Xieling. After all, Xieling was the person in charge of the 10,000-year meet and had the right to make the decision. After a moment of silence, Xieling looked at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and shook his head apologetically. As fellow Taoists Yuanzhe and Green Peak said, since the rules have been set, they can't be changed casually. Otherwise, the rules will be meaningless. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were not surprised by this outcome either. After all, logically, the rules of the 10,000-year meet could not be changed just to accommodate a single disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. When they stood out to fight for it earlier on, they merely gave it a shot with a sliver of hope. Since that's the case, Elder Zhong looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Zimo, withdraw from the ranking battle for the Earth ranking this time round. There's no need to continue fighting. Elder Zhong, don't worry. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Since I'm taking part in the Earth ranking competition, I won't withdraw at the last minute. The reason why he wanted to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was not because of reputation. It was because the Yang Immortal Kingdom would give the richest rewards to the top of the Earth ranking. Among them, there were many precious cultivation resources such as the Essence Spirit Liquid and rare elixirs such as the Parasol Tree Elixir. He could even enter the palace of the Yang Immortal Kingdom and choose a cultivation technique or secret skill to cultivate as well as obtain a dharmic treasure from the armory in the palace. Those rewards were a huge boost for Su Zimo. Right now, he was at the peak of a Grade 8 Earth Immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to Grade 9 soon. If he digested those rewards, he might be able to cross a major cultivation realm from a Grade 9 Earth Immortal to the Heaven Essence realm in a short period of time and become a Heaven Immortal. If he wanted to fight against Yun Ting on the Heaven ranking, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. He would definitely not give up on any opportunities that he could encounter. Prince Yuanzhe heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, he was worried that Su Zimo would withdraw from the fight for the Earth ranking because of the persuasion of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders. At that moment, he was finally relieved. Su Zimo, I'll wait here and see how you end up in a crushing defeat. Prince Yuanzhe sneered. Is that so? Su Zimo glanced at Prince Yuanzhe indifferently. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I'm definitely going to get the top of the Earth ranking. When he heard that, Fengyin could not help but laugh and shake his head gently. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not dare to claim victory. Now that the difference in their conditions was so great, could he not suppress a Grade 8 Earth Immortal whose essence spirit was weak and essence chi was depleted? All right. Xieling nodded slightly with a look of admiration. Since no one has any issues, the ranking battle will begin now. Prince Yun Ting, Su Zimo is prepared to fight for the top of the Earth ranking. Are you still leaving in advance? Xieling asked with a smile. I've already said that there's nothing to see. Yunting shrugged his shoulders gently. Even if Feng Yin wins in the end, in my heart, Su Zimo will still be the top of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo, it's fine if you lose. However, you have to survive. Remember the challenge between us. Yunting added and turned to leave, turning into a sword beam that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Actually, Yunting also felt that there was no doubt about this battle and Su Zimo had no chance. That was the reason why he said that earlier on. Su Zimo's problem was not only his condition, but also his many trump cards that had been used up in advance and had yet to recover. This battle was unfair to begin with. Your Highness, does Mr. Su have a chance of winning? Shu Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xie Qingcheng pondered for a long time before shaking his head gently. If Brother Su is up against ordinary opponents, he should be able to win given his melee combat strength. However, if he wants to fight for the top of the Earth ranking, he'll definitely have to deal with Feng Yin. He most likely won't stand a chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, furthermore, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely advantageous for the number one of the elimination round. What do you mean? Shu Xiaotian asked. Xie Qingcheng said, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely simple. There will be a total of 7 rounds to determine the top of the Earth ranking. In the first round, the first place is up against the 100th place, the second is up against the 99th, so on and so forth. As the 68th, Brother Su will be up against the 33rd. In the second round, 50 people will remain and they will continue fighting in pairs. The first against the 50th, the second against the 49th and so on and so forth. In the third round, 25 people will remain. 24 people will fight in pairs and there will be one empty spot. The empty spot will be reserved for the number one of the elimination round, Feng Yin. Shu Xiaotian understood and came to a realization. In other words, Feng Yin will get more time to rest and less combat. That's right. Xie Qingcheng nodded and continued, by the fourth round, there will be another empty spot among the remaining 13 people. The empty spot this time round will still be reserved for the number one of the elimination round. In the fifth round, among the remaining 7 people, the empty spot will still belong to Feng Yin. In other words, in the 7 rounds, Feng Yin will get the chance to rest for 3 rounds. Shu Xiaotian had a worried expression. As such, while one party was fighting with others, the other party was resting. The difference between them would only increase. However, a one-on-one fight is only to determine the victor. How will the ranking be determined? Shu Xiaotian asked again. Xie Qingcheng said, the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects will each send a heaven immortal expert to judge the standard of the losers and eventually determine their ranking. Chapter 2243, 2243a Divine / 2243a Divine / In order to determine the final ranking of the Earth ranking, the 100 Earth immortal experts were divided to fight at the same time for 7 rounds. That was the most efficient and reasonable rule. It could prevent paragons and monster incarnates with top combat strength from encountering one another in advance and resulting in one of them being eliminated that would result in a less accurate ranking. It was difficult for the first and second of the elimination round to meet in the first few rounds. Xieling tapped his finger gently and true essence surged into the ground in the middle of the square. Boom, boom, boom. Right in front of everyone, in the middle of the spacious square, 50 square green stones rose slowly and hovered in midair. The green stones were flat and gigantic, more than enough to be used as a battlefield for Earth immortals to fight. Everyone, prepare yourselves. According to the corresponding numbers on the green stone battlefield, you can enter the battlefield. Xieling declared. There was a number in the middle of every single green stone. The number 1 was the first battlefield where the 1st and 100th ranking Earth immortals of the elimination round would fight. Su Zimo's ranking was 68 and he was fighting against the Earth immortal ranked 33 on the 33rd greenstone battlefield. Coincidentally, his opponent was someone from the Shui clan who he had fought on the Long Street in the capital previously, Do Yuan. Figures leaped up one after another and arrived on the greenstone battlefield. The battle was about to begin. There aren't many rules and restrictions for cultivators in the ranking battle. You can use dharmic treasures, talismans and elixirs. You can also fight to the death. Xieling said in a deep voice, however, if the other party leaves the greenstone, you can't chase them anymore. Many cultivators had long known about this. If anyone were to attack after their opponents left the range of the greenstone, many heaven immortals present, including Xieling, could stop them at any moment. Let the ranking battle of the Earth ranking officially begin. When Xieling saw that the 100 Earth immortals were already present on the greenstone battlefield, he hollered. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. The moment Xieling said that, a huge battle broke out on the greenstone battlefield. The sound of divine powers and dharmic treasures colliding was deafening. Although it was a ranking battle, it was also an elimination round. Anyone who lost a single round would no longer have a chance to advance to the second round. Therefore, none of the cultivators dared to hold back. The moment the battle broke out, victory was already decided on one of the battlefields. The first battlefield. Feng Yin sent the rank 100th Earth Immortal down from the greenstone battlefield with a single move, and the other party did not even have time to react. Feng Yin's movement technique was shockingly fast. The spectators were not surprised at all and nodded to themselves. Many cultivators shifted their gazes towards the 33rd battlefield instead of the second and third battlefields. The two people on the battlefield did not fight right away. Dou Yuan cupped his fists first. Fellow Daoist Su, my combat strength is definitely inferior to yours. However, the ranking has to be calculated no matter the outcome. I can only fight with my full strength. Please forgive me. Dou Yuan had witnessed that earth-shaking battle in the 9 heavens personally as well. He knew very well that if Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for Su Zimo at all. But now, he had a chance of winning. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Although he knew that Su Zimo was in a weak state, Dou Yuan did not dare to be careless. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew his destiny dharmic treasure right away. A cold saber was in his hands. There were mysterious patterns etched on the saber and its aura was sharp and powerful. Carnate Earth-grade dharmic treasure. Almost every Earth Immortal qualified to take part in the ranking battle had a carnate Earth-grade dharmic treasure in their hand. Some Earth Immortals with extraordinary backgrounds that came from heaven-grade sects and factions might even have more than one. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had 3 carnate Earth-grade dharmic treasures alone. 2 of them were from the Yang Immortal Kingdom and 1 of them was from Heaven and Earth Academy. At the same time that Dou Yuan summoned his destiny dharmic treasure, he crushed a protection talisman and instantly formed a protective barrier filled with runes around him. Boom! The moment he did that, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and the green stone shook. Dou Yuan heard a loud bang. The next moment, Su Zimo had already closed in. Even without using any movement techniques or secret skills, the speed released by his physique was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! With a calm expression, Dou Yuan hollered and raised the saber in his hands, slashing down at Su Zimo. That slash was extremely powerful and released an unparalleled aura. At the same time, the patterns on the saber lit up and shone with an incomparably resplendent light, illuminating Su Zimo's eyes like a blazing sun. The saber was called the Blind Saber. The patterns on the saber were activated with essence chi and would shine with a blinding light the moment blows were exchanged. If the opponent was caught off guard, they would be blinded for a short period of time. However, the Green Lotus True Body's 5 senses were way too strong. Furthermore, Su Zimo had fused 2 divine stones in his eyes. The light of the blind saber had no effect on him at all. Su Zimo did not even move his eyelids. He merely raised his palm casually and coiled, trembled and yanked the blind saber. Buzz! The blind saber trembled endlessly, as though it was crying. Dou Yuan was alarmed and felt a sharp pain in his palm. He could not hold on to the blind saber any longer and it was snatched away by Su Zimo's bare hands. Swoosh! After snatching the saber, Su Zimo slashed in reverse. Splash! The flash of the saber beam was majestic, as though furious tides had struck the shore or a tsunami was surging. It was bedazzling. Do Yuan could no longer see the saber or Suzimo. There was only a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall with a terrifying might. It let out a series of roars and charged over fiercely, colliding against him. Boom! 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 Before one wave was over, another rose and the tsunami surged continuously. Not only did Do Yuan lose his sight, even his 5 senses had been reduced to their limits. It was as though he was in an endless torrential wave. Even if he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he had no choice but to float with the wave. Such a saber technique is truly amazing. To think that this academy disciple would have such a move. I've never heard of any high-quality saber techniques in the academy. A divine slash. The person was referring to how the power of that single slash was comparable to a divine power. Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area. However, Do Yuan could not hear any of those sounds. Piak. Suddenly, Do Yuan jolted awake. The turbid tides before him vanished completely, as though everything was an illusion. As for him, he had already fallen from the green stone battlefield and landed on the ground. Unknowingly, the protection talisman on his body had already shattered. He had lost. There was no doubt about it. Clang. Right then, a cold light flashed and entered the ground in front of him. Suzimo tossed away the blind saber casually and threw it in front of him. Sigh. Do Yuan had a conflicted expression as he withdrew his blind saber and cupped his fists towards Suzimo. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Daoist. With that said, Do Yuan returned to his seat. Chapter 2244, 2244 Victory without a fight. 2244 Victory without a fight. Suzimo returned to his seat and rested as well. The 36-time sabers coupled with fleeting moment to kill Immortal Tai Hua had expended too much of Suzimo's essence spirit. The gap between the elimination round and ranking battle was too short. Although the Green Lotus True Body's regeneration speed was shocking, he could not recover much. He could only make use of every opportunity and trivial time to rest as much as possible and recover his essence chi. Of the 50 green stone battlefields, Feng Yin and Suzimo ended their combat the fastest. Most of the cultivators were still fighting intensely on the battlefield. Suzimo took a rough look. If nothing went wrong, at least 15 people from Heaven and Earth Academy would win in the first round. Among them was Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping. Liu Ping's opponent was from Imperial Wind Temple and his movement technique was extremely fast. The person surrounded Liu Ping, wanting to make use of his movement technique advantage to get rid of the latter as soon as possible. However, Liu Ping was reborn through assimilation and underwent a complete transformation. Just by standing on the spot, he could deal with his opponents with the few willow branches conjured on his head. Suzimo could tell that Liu Ping was not familiar with the control of this body's power yet. If he were to fuse perfectly with this body, this Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple would definitely not be a match for him. As time passed by, the first round of the ranking battle ended and 50 Earth Immortals were eliminated. The Heaven Immortal experts of the 3 Immortal Kingdoms and 7 Immortal sects would decide the ranking of the 50 Earth Immortals. Those 50 people could only be ranked in the bottom 50 of the Earth ranking. However, the exact ranking was judged by 7 people. Without giving the victorious Earth Immortals any time to rest, the second round of the ranking battle began immediately. There were only 25 green stones left in midair. On the first battlefield, Feng Yin still defeated his opponent at the fastest speed. Although he attacked 3 times, it was less than a breath. After Suzimo defeated Do Yuan, his ranking was replaced and he was now ranked 33rd. This time round, his opponent was a fellow Heaven and Earth Academy cultivator ranked 18th. Junior brother Su, I admit defeat for this battle. The Earth Immortal of the Academy smiled gently and admitted defeat automatically, withdrawing from the battle. Thank you, senior brother Xiong. Suzimo expressed his thanks. Automatically admitting defeat was equivalent to being eliminated directly and would have a negative impact on one's ranking on the Earth ranking. Of the 25 people eliminated in the second round, the 7 Heaven Immortal experts would tacitly agree to rank them last. The Academy disciple's intentions were clear. He wanted Su Zimo to get as much time to rest as possible. Junior brother Su, I should be the one thanking you. The person smiled. If not for your earth-shaking battle, our Academy disciples would have lost all face this time round. Junior brother Su, we're all looking forward to your final battle. With that said, he leaped down from the green stone. Su Zimo retreated as well and continued to recuperate, conserving his energy. Before long, the third round of the ranking battle began. In the third round of the ranking battle, 25 people advanced and Feng Yin had a free pass. The remaining 24 people fought in pairs. Feng Yin ended his battles quickly in the first 2 rounds without much effort. At that moment, he sat at the table calmly and watched the 9th battlefield with a relaxed expression. Su Zimo won the second round and was ranked 18th. His opponent in the third round was the 9th Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Mo Qian of Imperial Wind Temple. When Mo Qian saw that his opponent was Su Zimo, he had an awkward expression and smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Su, we meet again. Mo Qian cupped his fists and smiled embarrassedly. I'm definitely not as strong as you, fellow Daoist. I'll choose to concede as well. Before Mo Qian could finish, his expression changed. He stood on the green stone with a conflicted expression before sighing helplessly. Fellow Daoist Su, this concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking after all. I can only fight with all my might. Please show mercy, fellow Daoist Su. Su Zimo glanced sideways in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple and understood. From the looks of it, Mo Qian had clearly received a voice transmission from a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple. It was most likely Heaven Immortal Green Peak who forbade him from withdrawing from the fight. That was easy to understand. The goal of Heaven Immortal Green Peak was to exhaust Su Zimo as much as possible without any time to rest and fight for a higher chance of winning for Feng Yin. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Swoosh. In a flash, Mo Qian touched his storage bag and withdrew a sword as thin as a cicada's wings, piercing towards Su Zimo. A gentle breeze blew and the sword beam converged. The combination of the sword and sword technique complemented one another and was almost integrated into the wind. It was already difficult to detect with just the 5 senses. Su Zimo closed his eyes. Suddenly, he struck like lightning and extended 2 fingers, clamping them in the void not far away. Between his 2 fingers, a sword that was as thin as cicada wings appeared. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. He strode forward and condensed his finger sword, piercing towards Mo Qian's glabella with a sharp aura and a shocking killing intent. That was the opening stance of the Heaven-Slaying Sword art. He had released the Heaven-Slaying Sword art extremely early on. Although he had yet to recover completely, his finger sword was sharp with an unstoppable killing intent. Under that terrifying killing intent, the scene of Su Zimo fighting against 18 peak Earth Immortals in the 9 heavens suddenly flashed through Mo Qian's mind. The bloody battlefield seemed to flash before his eyes as headless corpses scattered around. He could almost see a familiar face among the blooded heads that Su Zimo was holding in his left hand. It was his face. Ah! Mo Qian was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he released Imperial Wind Temple's divine powers and secret skills and turned to flee. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed and Mo Qian had already leaped down from the green stone. It was so fast that even Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that Imperial Wind Temple was indeed outstanding in terms of movement technique. If that was the case, even though Mo Qian's combat strength was not considered top tier in Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin was definitely even stronger. Trash. Heaven Immortal Green Peak could not help but curse when he saw that. A series of chuckles sounded from both sides of the spectator area as well. However, there was not much mockery in those laughter. That was because everyone knew that even if they were in Mo Qian's position, none of them might be stronger than him. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. If Mo Qian were to make use of his movement technique to fight him, it would indeed take him some effort to win. However, he had already scared Mo Qian out of his wits back in the 9 heavens. Right now, he did not release the Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi. He merely released his edge to scare Mo Qian off and won without having to fight. After the third round of the ranking battle, Su Zimo was now ranked 9th. The next battle would be even more difficult. Su Zimo rested at the spectator area while paying attention to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, his next opponent would be Yun Lei or the latter's opponent. No matter who it was, a tough battle would be inevitable at that time. Chapter 2245, 2245-12 Heavenly Thunders. 2245-12 Heavenly Thunders. Initially, Prince Yun Lei was ranked 9th on the Earth ranking steely. Because Su Zimo killed Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi, his ranking was raised to 6th. In the third round, Prince Yun Lei's opponent was a rank 21st Earth Immortal from the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. Although the combat strength of this Earth Immortal was rather extraordinary, he was clearly weaker than Prince Yun Lei. After watching for a while, Su Zimo had already deduced that his opponent in the fourth round would be Prince Yun Lei. From the fourth round on, apart from Feng Yin, there were only 12 people left. The 12 Earth Immortals could be considered as true monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. What was worth mentioning was that in Heaven and Earth Academy, apart from Su Zimo who advanced to the fourth round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent without any doubt and was still ranked 3rd. After assimilation, Liu Ping's body was reconstructed and he underwent a complete transformation. He advanced all the way and entered the fourth round, temporarily ranking 10th as one of the top 12 Earth Immortals. In Heaven and Earth Academy, 3 Earth Immortals entered the top 12. This was also the best record in history for Heaven and Earth Academy. If Su Zimo's sudden appearance was the most shocking, Liu Ping's rise was the most enviable and mysterious of fate. This was the effect of opportunities. With just an opportunity, Liu Ping went from an ordinary disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy who could not enter the Earth ranking to a dazzling monster incarnate of the Earth Immortal realm. His fate was completely changed and his future was limitless. Before long, the third round of ranking battle ended and the fourth round began. Feng Yin was still given a free pass. In the sixth battlefield, Prince Yun Lei was up against Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist Su, we didn't have the chance to fight at the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. Today, I've fulfilled a load on my mind. Prince Yun Lei said with a conflicted expression. 1,000 years ago, he participated in the Immortal Sect selection with Su Zimo but was outshone by the latter. It was also because the pressure of facing Su Zimo was too great that he changed his mind at the last minute and joined Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. From time to time, Prince Yun Lei still thought about the matter and worked diligently on his cultivation, wanting to compete with Su Zimo on the Earth ranking. However, the battle in the 9 heavens shocked him way too much. Prince Yun Lei knew in his heart that this battle was completely unfair to Su Zimo. If it was a fair fight, even 20 of him would not be a match for Su Zimo. This concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking. I'll do my best. I hope you understand, fellow Daoist Su. Prince Yun Lei cupped his fists. It's fine, just attack. Su Zimo still had a calm expression and gaze. Prince Yun Lei channeled his essence spirit and the essence chi in his body surged. Beams of resplendent lightning appeared on his body and coiled around him like snakes as his aura rose continuously. Dark clouds filled the square and rumbled, emanating a tremendous pressure that was suffocating. Instantly, the skies darkened. I heard that when Prince Yun Lei was born, the sound of instant thunder reverberated through the world. He is innately acquainted with the power of thunder and cultivated many thunder cultivation techniques and secret skills with terrifying killing power. That's right. If not for the appearance of Prince Yun Ting later on, who was even more terrifying, Prince Yun Lei would have been the #1 paragon of the Zishen Immortal Kingdom's younger generation. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled and the skies darkened, enveloping the Yangyang Palace as though the apocalypse had arrived. Up till this point of the ranking battle, this was the first time a universal phenomenon descended due to the attack of an Earth Immortal. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning that filled the firmaments. A strange glint flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Thunder." Bang! Suddenly, Yun Lei opened his mouth and released a sound domain secret skill. The secret skill resonated with the thunder in the firmaments and created an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that struck Su Zimo. At the same time, Yun Lei released his visual technique. A thunderbolt tore through the dark void and descended before Su Zimo. Sound domain secret skills and visual techniques descended almost at the same time. Kill. Su Zimo hollered as well and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill, to negate the power of Yun Lei's sound domain secret skill. At the same time, he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. His hands seemed to be gripping a gigantic spear as he stabbed into the void. Buzz. An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the void, illuminating the world like daylight. In fact, even the dark clouds in the firmaments were torn apart by the resplendent light, revealing cracks that shone. 9 Firmament instant thunder. At the spectator area, Xieling exclaimed. As though he thought of something, Prince Yuan's expression darkened and suddenly turned extremely terrible. That was Feng Xantian's secret skill. He had long known that Feng Xantian was related to Su Zimo. To think that even that terrifying secret skill was imparted to Su Zimo. Back when Feng Xantian was at his peak, this secret skill alone blinded a perfected immortal at the 9 Firmament meet. That was also the reason why an immortal king granted this secret skill its name, 9 Firmament Instant Thunder, in a stroke of emotional inspiration. Although Prince Yun Lei's visual technique was strong, it melted instantly against the envelopment of the resplendent light like a blazing sun striking ice and snow. It could not defend against it at all. Yun Lei's eyes stung as well. In that instant, he felt a violent and savage aura surge towards him. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that was filled with a tragic blood stench, as though it wanted to rip him into two. This is bad. Prince Yun Lei's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Su Zimo had already closed in. He had witnessed how terrifying Su Zimo was in melee combat and knew that he had no chance of winning in melee combat. Crack. Prince Yun Lei released his thunder escape technique and transformed into a streak of lightning. Instantly, he vanished from the spot and retreated, distancing himself from Su Zimo. At the same time, Prince Yun Lei channeled his essence spirit to its limits and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, letting out thunderous sound. Divine Firmament Heavenly Thunder. 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder. Wind Heavenly Thunder. Rain Heavenly Thunder. Cloud Heavenly Thunder. Torrential Heavenly Thunder. Ice Heavenly Thunder. Sound Heavenly Thunder. Sandstorm Heavenly Thunder. Food Heavenly Thunder. Fiend Suppression Heavenly Thunder. Ghost Devouring Heavenly Thunder. 12 Heavenly Thunder Dharmic arts were released in the blink of an eye and instantly, the world changed. There was heavy rain, hailstorms that blanketed the skies, torrents that surged over, wild winds that sent sand and rocks flying, malevolent ghosts that roared out of cages and fiend celestials that were faintly visible. Countless phenomenons filled the world and every single phenomenon contained an endless power of thunder that blanketed the skies in all directions. Pest. 12 Heavenly Thunders. Prince Yun Lei sure is capable. A series of exclamations sounded from both sides of the spectator area. The power of thunder was the most lethal. Every single heavenly thunder possessed immense power. Now that 12 heavenly thunders were released at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. Chapter 2246, 2246 Thunder Palm. 2246 Thunder Palm. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition and had yet to use his trump cards, he would naturally be able to neutralize the 12 heavenly thunders. But now, supreme divine powers are probably the only way to defend against the combined might of those 12 heavenly thunders. Why hasn't Su Zimo attacked yet? Is he prepared to give up and admit defeat? A commotion broke out in the crowd. The 12 heavenly thunders blanketed the skies and rumbled over. Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the green stone. Against the terrifying and vast attack, his figure looked a little frail and could be devoured at any moment. On the other side, Prince Yun Lei's face was pale and his gaze was dim. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Su Zimo seemed to have given up on resisting. The release of the 12 heavenly thunders at the same time consumed too much of the power of his essence spirit, and his essence spirit was almost on the brink of collapse. However, Yun Lei felt uneasy when he looked at Su Zimo's face. That face was way too calm. There was no panic or fear in the face of such an attack, only calmness. Furthermore, Suzumo's eyes shone with a glint of anticipation and eagerness. Boom! 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 The 12 heavenly thunders descended and struck Suzumo. Suzumo did not dodge or avoid. With a bright gaze, he channeled the bone-strengthening section of the Void Thunder Manual with all his might and channeled electricity into his body, using the 12 heavenly thunders to refine his bone. That action was way too crazy. For others, it was unimaginable. However, Suzumo was confident. He possessed the grade 10 Green Lotus true body and his physique was unparalleled. His life force was exuberant and he believed that even the 12 heavenly thunders could not destroy his life force. He was confident in the Void Thunder Manual as well. He believed that the dharmic formulation created by the Thunder Emperor was enough to subdue the 12 heavenly thunders for his own use. Nobody could imagine that Suzumo would make use of his opponent's thunderous killing methods to temper his body and bones strengthening in the earth-ranking battle. Heavy rain, hail, fiend celestials, malevolent ghosts, flying sand. All sorts of completely different powers struck the Green Lotus true body continuously. However, when they surged into his body, they were refined and subdued by the Void Thunder Manual, turning into runes that stimulated his bones continuously. The power of thunder on the bones of the Green Lotus true body intensified and shone with resplendent electric arcs. His marrow flowed and even let out rumbling thunder. Thunder bones strengthening and marrow cleansing. Against the destructive 12 heavenly thunders, Suzumo's life force did not weaken. Instead, it intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Disbelief filled the faces of many cultivators. Thunder represented killing and the destruction of everything. However, it also contained life. The sound of spring thunder revived everything. The 12 heavenly thunders were like the first sound of thunder of spring and triggered the life force in the Green Lotus true body completely. In the 9 heavens, Suzumo was severely injured after defending against a supreme divine power of Immortal Taihua. Although the Green Lotus true body was healing continuously, it had not recovered completely. Now, with the help of the 12 heavenly thunders, Suzumo was bathed in lightning. His bones buzzed and trembled, his marrow flowed and his blood chi surged. His physical injuries had already healed. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Through the rumbling thunder, Suzumo's voice sounded slowly into Prince Yunlei's ears. At the same time, on the green stone battlefield, Suzumo's hands changed and he conjured a dharmic seal in the sea of lightning left behind by the 12 heavenly thunders. Boom! Suzumo raised his hand and a gigantic palm slapped down towards Prince Yunlei. In the blink of an eye, the endless power of thunder in the world gathered on the gigantic palm. The aura of that palm turned increasingly terrifying and was surrounded by endless lightning. It was like a gigantic hand that had descended from the heavens to kill all living beings and could suppress and destroy everything. Thunder Palm. It was a powerful secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual. Back in Absolute Thunder City, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Kantian, had just escaped with his severely injured body. The moment he released that secret skill, he killed 2 perfected immortal experts on the spot. After Prince Yunlei released the 12 heavenly thunders, his essence spirit was extremely weak. He could not defend against the incoming palm strike at all. Yunlei withdrew a few dharmic treasures from his storage bag hurriedly and tore apart more than 10 protection talismans. The moment he did that, the thunder palm descended. An unimaginable power struck him and Prince Yunlei heard cracking sounds. More than 10 protection talismans were like paper against the impact of the thunder palm. Boom! Even with dharmic treasures in front of him and above his head, Prince Yunlei's body shuddered. Unable to control his body, he fell from the green stone battlefield and landed heavily on the ground. His mind was in chaos and he fainted on the spot. A heaven immortal of the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom hurriedly took action and brought Prince Yunlei back to the spectator area. He was only relieved when he saw that the latter's life force was not severed. Everyone looked at Suzumo with wary gazes. As expected of someone who received a personal challenge from Prince Yunting. In the same cultivation realm, only Prince Yunting could fight against such a monster incarnate. In the 4th round, Su Zimo won and his ranking on the Earth ranking rose to 6. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and leaped down from the green stone battlefield, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to recuperate his essence spirit. Although his body had already recovered to its peak, the power of his essence spirit had not recovered much. Under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform, the Green Lotus essence spirit only recovered around 30%. Feng Yin felt a sense of relief after watching the battle. To think that Su Zimo would have such a powerful trump card. Thankfully, Prince Yun Lei made a move and forced out his trump card first. Otherwise, it would have taken me a lot of effort to neutralize such methods. Feng Yin was expressionless as he contemplated the situation in his mind. With that, his chances of winning were much higher. Although Su Zimo's physical injuries had already recovered, his essence spirit had expended a lot of energy. This was a huge weakness and could be considered fatal in a fight of this level. Feng Yin's expression was calm and he was increasingly confident. In the other battlefields, Liu Ping defeated Prince Yun Dao of the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom and was temporarily ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. Before long, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent as well and was still ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. After the 4th round, 3 of the top 6 of the Earth ranking were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Many cultivators shook their heads gently and lamented when they saw that. In the 9 heavens, when they saw Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others attack and seal Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, everyone thought that Heaven and Earth Academy was finished. To think that a shocking battle would change the situation of the Earth ranking completely. Heaven and Earth Academy shone brightly while the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were removed from the Earth ranking completely. Chapter 2247, 2247 All Out. 2247 All Out. At the end of the 4th ranking battle, there were only 7 people left and the final ranking was not decided yet. First, Feng Yin. Second, Yu Feng. Third, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. 4th, Xie Yun. 5th, Liu Ping. 6th, Su Zimo. 7th, Pang Xin. When the 5th round of the ranking battle began, Feng Yin was still given a free pass and there were only 3 green stone battlefields left in midair. The 2nd-ranked Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was up against the 7th-ranked Pang Xin of the Pang clan. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was up against Su Zimo. Xie Yun was up against Liu Ping. After the 3 battles, the final 4 people would be selected. When they saw the order of the battle, many cultivators could vaguely guess that Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Su Zimo would most likely not fight on the 3rd battlefield. Indeed, Princess Scarlet Rainbow announced her intention to withdraw and Su Zimo naturally advanced, leading to a free pass for him. He obtained some rare rest time as well. For the other 2 battlefields, there was no doubt about the outcome of the battle between Yu Feng and Pang Xin. Under normal circumstances, Pang Xin would not have been able to make it to the top 10 of the Earth ranking. He only got here because of the death of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi. In terms of combat strength, he was clearly weaker than Yu Feng. The Earth ranking prediction had an extremely high evaluation of Yu Feng and stated that he would be the number 1 candidate for the top of the Earth ranking if not for the 2 reincarnated Immortal. If nothing went wrong, this would be Su Zimo's opponent in the 6th round. Su Zimo recuperated while observing Yu Feng's methods. Among the 4 immortal sects, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was best at body tempering and cultivating blood qi. Legend has it that the foundation of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, the Mountain Sea Sutra, was divided into 2 sections, mountain and sea. The mountain section tempered one's body while the sea section cultivated one's bloodline. Both sections were supreme cultivation techniques that were second only to the legendary Taboo Mystic Classic. It was clear that Yu Feng had already obtained the legacy of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and was strong in melee combat. Pang Xin was no match for him at all. The moment the 2 of them exchanged blows, Pang Xin was completely suppressed and was forced to retreat in defeat. It was only a matter of time before he lost. The methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, be it offensive skills, immortal arts, or secret skills, were grand and wide. Every single move of Yu Feng had an extraordinary aura that resembled mountains and oceans. On the other side of the battlefield, Xie Yun and Liu Ping were fighting back and forth as well. As the number 1 Earth Immortal of the royal family of the Yang Immortal Kingdom and had even defeated Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Xie Yun's combat strength was clear to all. Apart from the immortal arts and secret skills of Heaven and Earth Academy, Liu Ping relied on many strange methods inherited from the gigantic willow, giving Xie Yun a headache. Over the years, the gigantic willow's body had devoured the essence, energy and flesh of countless Earth Immortals and was tempered to an incomparably strong state. In fact, it even wanted to attempt to fight against the Green Lotus true body. Xie Yun could not gain any advantage in melee combat. In terms of immortal arts and secret skills, Xie Yun was gradually disadvantaged and could not compare to the many inheritances in Liu Ping's memories. More importantly, after Liu Ping's essence spirit synthesized with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit was already at the Heaven Immortal realm. The toll of a sustained fight was something Xie Yun could not handle. Before long, the 5th round of the ranking battle was over and Yu Feng, Su Zimo, and Liu Ping won. Right now, the top 4 of the Earth ranking were Feng Yin, Yu Feng, Su Zimo, and Liu Ping. Among them were 2 Earth Immortals of Heaven and Earth Academy. The 6th ranking battle was Feng Yin against Liu Ping and Yu Feng against Su Zimo. Many cultivators became incomparably excited and filled with anticipation. Everyone knew that the 6th round of the ranking battle would definitely be 2 rare Earth Immortal battles. Feng Yin was up against Liu Ping. As a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy and someone who was saved by Su Zimo and given a great opportunity that changed his fate, Liu Ping would definitely try his best to deal with Feng Yin and exhaust the latter's methods and strength. As the number 1 Earth Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Yu Feng would definitely not surrender without a fight against Su Zimo. For the 2 battles of the 6th round, the 4 of them would give it their all. To think that I, Liu Ping, would be able to reach this stage. It's like a dream. Liu Ping placed his hands behind his back and a look of emotion flashed through his tender face. Although he looked like a child, he seemed mature. It was a strange sight and one could not help but laugh. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy chuckled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow teased Liu Ping, "Junior brother Liu, if you win Feng Yin, I'll give you candy when we return to the academy." TSK. Liu Ping waved his sleeves and pouted his lips. Turning to Su Zimo, he said, "Don't worry, junior brother Su. I'll do my best to let Feng Yin witness the capabilities of Heaven and Earth Academy. There's no need to force yourself. If anything goes wrong, choose to admit defeat and leave the greenstone battlefield." Su Zimo reminded. "What if I win?" Liu Ping raised his face and said proudly, "Junior brother Su, who knows, you might even go against me in the final battle." Su Zimo smiled gently and his heart warmed. He knew that the reason why Liu Ping wanted to fight with all his might was because he wanted to exhaust Feng Yin's methods as much as possible. That would allow Su Zimo to have a greater chance of winning at the final battle. Under Xieling's orders, the 4 of them stepped onto the battlefield. "Fellow Daoist Su, this battle is not fair. However, I represent Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and have no other choice." Yu Feng cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he nodded slightly. "I want to experience the methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect as well. Please go ahead." Great Mountain Movement Technique. Yu Feng channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals with both hands, condensing the power of divine powers as he pointed at Su Zimo. A large shadow blanketed the skies. A majestic mountain peak arrived with a bang and countless rocks and dust rolled down, suppressing Su Zimo with a terrifying might. "Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Mi. Hom." Su Zimo chanted 6 Sanskrit words in succession. At the same time, he conjured 6 different dharmic seals with both hands and eventually formed a dharmic seal that was immovable as a mountain. It was as though a tall and mighty phantom had appeared behind him, emitting an endless glow that was incomparably divine. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Vajra Wheel Seal and the Great Mount Meru Seal. The 6 dharmic seals were activated at the same time and condensed into a greater divine power, the immovable Mingwang Seal 1. Boom! Boom! The mountain peak smashed onto the immovable Ming King with a loud bang. The tall phantom did not move at all, as though it had roots beneath its feet. When the entire mountain peak smashed onto it, cracks appeared and it collapsed continuously. Yu Feng did not give Su Zimo any breathing room at all. He clasped his palms together and a second greater divine power followed closely behind. Mountain-splitting gigantic axe. Yu Feng hollered and endless divine powers gathered, forming a gigantic divine axe in the void. Phew! He cleaved down with both hands. Boom! The gigantic divine axe descended from the skies and struck the immovable Ming King heavily. This time round, the immovable Ming King swayed slightly and his figure dimmed significantly. Cracks appeared on his body and he could collapse at any moment. Chapter 2248, 2248 Anaconda Shifting Mountain. 2248 Anaconda Shifting Mountain. This can't continue. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He had only recovered around 30% of the power of his essence spirit. If he were to clash head-on with Yu Feng's divine powers and secret skills, he might still be able to secure victory. However, the power of his essence spirit would be expended too much and it would definitely become a huge problem when he encountered Feng Yin later on. In a flash, Su Zimo sped towards Yu Feng. When Yu Feng saw Su Zimo approaching, he chose to avoid the battle and retreated, circling around the edge of the green stone battlefield to maintain his distance. Yu Feng's plan was simple. He knew Su Zimo's weakness. As long as he used divine powers and secret skills continuously to exhaust the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit, he would have the advantage. At that time, be it in melee combat or ranged attacks, he would have an absolute chance of winning. Sea calming. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he raised his palm like a saber and suddenly slashed in the direction of Yu Feng. That was the sea calming stance of the Saber Emperor's inheritance. When comprehended to its limits, this saber technique could turn into a divine power, releasing the ability to shackle space. Break. Yu Feng did not dare to be careless and released his sect's secret skill hurriedly as well. The sound of mountains collapsing and the ground cracking echoed from his body as he dispelled the power of sea calming. After Su Zimo slashed out sea calming, his hand gestures changed and he condensed essence chi, writing a gigantic trap word in midair. Greater divine power, trap word art. Su Zimo knew that sea calming alone was not enough to trap Yu Feng. Therefore, after sea calming was released, he released a second greater divine power, the trap word art, right after. A powerful divine power appeared out of thin air and imprisoned Yu Feng. Splash. Without hesitation, Yu Feng channeled his blood chi to its limits and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body, impacting the surrounding divine powers. With that slight delay, Su Zimo had already closed in and Yu Feng had nowhere to run. All right. Yu Feng hollered, let me see how strong you are in melee combat. Phew. Yu Feng's blood chi circulated wildly and rose to another level. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic mountain appeared behind him, towering into the clouds as though it was the center of the world. Against the phantom of the mountain peak, Su Zimo even felt extremely tiny. Even the many heaven immortals present, perfected immortal Xieling and even the massive Yangyang Palace seemed to be shrinking continuously against the phantom of the mountain, let alone here. Yu Feng did not hold back and released his bloodline phenomenon right away. As for that bloodline phenomenon, it was incomparably terrifying as well. A single phantom was enough to emit such a powerful might that looked down on all living beings. At the same time, Yu Feng attacked and punched towards Su Zimo. Coupled with the rise of the bloodline phenomenon, that punch released an unshakable will and indestructible power. It was majestic like mountains and surged like the seas. That punch gave Yu Feng a mysterious feeling. Under the pressure of Su Zimo, he released the strongest and most perfect punch he had ever released since he started cultivating. It felt extremely satisfying. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to another level. Su Zimo did not retreat either and his gaze intensified. His green lotus true body had healed and his physique had recovered to a great extent. He raised his fist and punched towards Yu Feng's fist. Bang! The fists collided and the gigantic green stone beneath their feet trembled. A tremendous shockwave burst forth from the center of the collision and spread in all directions. The long hair of countless cultivators at the spectator area swayed slightly. Their fists collided and neither of them took a half step back. Suzumo's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he was wary and did not use his blood chi, there were not many people who could defend against the full-powered attack of the grade 10 Green Lotus Truebody in melee combat. On the other side, Yu Feng was shocked. That punch was already his peak and it was an unimaginable release. Even if he did it again, he might not be able to release such peak strength. However, in the end, Suzumo was not pushed back, not even by a half step. How did this person cultivate his physical body? Yu Feng was alarmed. However, Suzumo did not give him time to think. He strode forward and bent his knees slightly, as though his legs had crossed the ground. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Suzumo's feet landed on the ground and his aura surged, as though he wanted to trample on the phantom of the mountain behind Yu Feng and even plow 2 ravines. He clenched his fists and his knuckles protruded slightly. Leaning forward, he raised his arms and punched towards Yu Feng's chest. Yu Feng's pupils constricted. Pest! Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area as well, and many cultivators were shocked. To everyone, Suzumo's figure seemed to have vanished from the green stone battlefield. In its place was a massive and torrential bull demon. It raised a pair of sharp horns and stabbed towards Yu Feng. The pair of horns seemed to be able to penetrate everything and even the firmament. Even bystanders could sense a tragic aura. Yu Feng, who was on the battlefield, endured even more pressure. He reached out and gripped the pair of horns tightly. However, the power of the bull demon's charge was way too ferocious. Although he managed to negate most of the power, the horns still struck his chest. Yes. Yu Feng grunted and circulated his sect's secret skill hurriedly. His skin and flesh turned incomparably tough like rocks. When the horns struck his chest, the sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. Although Yu Feng managed to defend against the attack, his chest throbbed in pain and he staggered a step back. Suddenly, Suzumo's figure vanished once more. Yu Feng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a cool breeze beneath him and realized that something was amiss. Suzumo lowered his body like an anaconda snake and slithered forward, arriving behind Yu Feng in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Suzumo's body wrapped around Yu Feng's body in a soft and boneless manner. In the eyes of many cultivators, Suzumo could no longer be seen. They could only see a gigantic anaconda coiling tightly around the phantom of the mountain on the green stone battlefield. The anaconda's body expanded continuously and the phantom of the mountain that was being squeezed let out crackling sounds as well. Yu Feng felt suffocated and his bones were about to fall apart. The suffocating feeling did not only come from his body. Even in his consciousness, his essence spirit felt an unimaginable pressure, as though it could die on the battlefield at any moment. The anaconda reared its head and roared. Relying on its massive mouth, it breathed in and out endless essence chi and solar lunar essence. Its body expanded and its head protruded, as though it was about to transform into a dragon. Boom! 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 Finally, the phantom of the mountain could not hold on any longer. Yu Feng's essence spirit escaped from his consciousness as well. Chapter 2249, 2249 Final Battle. 2249 Final Battle. Nobody expected Yu Feng to lose so quickly in the 6th round. Initially, both parties fought with their divine powers and it was difficult to determine who was stronger. However, after Yu Feng was closed in by Suzumo, he could not defend against it and was almost minced to death by Suzumo within 2 rounds. It's understandable why Immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 Earth Immortals died in the 9 heavens. Some cultivators who participated in the elimination round of the Earth ranking did not have the chance to witness the shocking battle before the Steely. They only lamented when they saw this fight. Understandable? It's more than that. You guys did not witness it personally, but Suzumo's counterattacks were even more ferocious in that battle. I just didn't expect that even for Yu Feng, who had obtained the legacy of the Mountain Sea Sutra of the number 1 body tempering sect of the 4 immortal sects, he lost so quickly. Heaven Abyss, who was top of the heaven ranking in the past, was expressionless and remained silent. Under normal circumstances, Given Yu Feng's strength and defense, he would not lose out to Su Zimo in melee combat. However, Su Zimo's offensive skill was truly a little strange. It coiled around Yu Feng like an anaconda and locked him down completely without any way of resisting. Senior brother, I lost. Yu Feng returned to Mountain Sea Immortal Sect's table and lowered his head slightly with a guilty expression. You lost in terms of melee combat technique and was caught off guard by him. Heaven Abyss said, this is the ranking battle of the Earth ranking and you had a chance to escape. If this was a life and death battle, you would have already been dead. You are right, senior brother. Yu Feng did not dare to retort. On another battlefield. From the moment Feng Yin and Liu Ping exchanged blows, Feng Yin had the upper hand the entire time. With the help of Imperial Wind Temple's top-tier movement technique, Shadow with the Wind, he controlled the situation and attacked continuously, forming a crushing situation. Although Liu Ping had the inheritance of Heaven and Earth Academy and the gigantic willow, many of his methods would often come to nothing when released. He could not even touch the corner of Feng Yin's clothes. When Feng Yin saw that Su Zimo had already ended his combat, his attacks intensified. Gradually, Liu Ping could not hold on any longer and could barely defend. Actually, be it in terms of essence spirit realm or physique and blood chi, the difference between the two of them was not too great. However, reincarnated immortals were best at combat skills and experience. In that aspect, Feng Yin was almost superior to Liu Ping. In a sense, Liu Ping was facing a perfected immortal with the power of an earth immortal. As for Liu Ping, he had just fused with his essence spirit and inherited the body of the gigantic willow. Although his strength had increased exponentially and he had more methods, he was not completely familiar with this body yet. He could release many methods with the memories of the gigantic willow. However, without his own comprehension and understanding, he could not unleash his full strength. Under such circumstances, Liu Ping was almost completely helpless. Actually, if the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua in the Nine Heavens was a normal fight, it might have lasted for a long time. Su Zimo released 36 time sabers in one go and forced Immortal Tai Hua into a corner, forming a battle of attrition between both parties. Immortal Tai Hua's advantage as a reincarnated immortal was gone and he could not use any combat skills or experience. That was the reason why he died on the spot. However, Liu Ping clearly could not do that. Poof! Liu Ping was slightly slower and a wound appeared on his arm, dripping with blood. His tiny face was flat and his gaze was resolute. He was still moving around the green stone battlefield, defending against Feng Yin's attacks. Poof! 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 Feng Yin was expressionless and his attacks turned increasingly sharp. Many Earth immortals present could not see what weapon injured Liu Ping. Everyone could only see a cold beam of light dancing around Feng Yin, faintly discernible. Each time it appeared, it would definitely leave a flash of blood on Liu Ping's body. In just a few breaths, there were more than 10 shocking wounds on Liu Ping's tiny body. Liu Ping's face was pale as a sheet as he continued waving his willow branches, releasing immortal arts and secret skills with both hands. Biting his lip, he fought Feng Yin without saying anything. Every additional second I hold on for will be a second longer junior brother Su gets to rest. There were too many wounds and his blood chi was severely depleted. Liu Ping was already feeling dizzy. However, that thought was unusually resolute in his mind. Liu Ping, come on down. Su Zimo frowned slightly and declared. Liu Ping did not seem to have heard anything and was still fighting Feng Yin with all his might. You still refuse to admit defeat. Feng Yin's expression turned cold. Naturally, he could tell Liu Ping's intentions as well and a cold glint flashed beside him. Blood spewed into the air. 2 skinny children's arms flew into the air. Liu Ping's arms were severed by Feng Yin. Ah! Liu Ping let out a furious roar and did not retreat. Shaking his head, countless willow branches coiled towards Feng Yin like spirit snakes. Liu Ping admits defeat. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. Sensing that the situation was bad, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and shouted. If Liu Ping refused to retreat on the greenstone battlefield, Feng Yin could even kill him on the spot. Poof! Another blood beam spewed out. A gigantic hole of blood appeared in Liu Ping's chest from the cold light beside Feng Yin. Liu Ping's heart was pierced by Feng Yin and his blood qi deteriorated rapidly. Swoosh! Right then, a green figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and shielded Liu Ping. Su Zimo appeared and closed two fingers, conjuring a sword art that pointed at the void before him. Clang! The sharpness of the finger sword surged, and the moment it descended, a cold light appeared in the void, colliding against it with an ear-piercing sound. Feng Yin retreated and appeared on the other side of the green stone battlefield, raising his brow slightly. Why? Does Heaven and Earth Academy want to fight with numbers? Why don't the two of you come together? I can take both of you. What a wild tone. As expected of a reincarnated perfected immortal, someone praised. Another person pouted. What do you know? Liu Ping's heart exploded and his blood qi is weak. He's almost equivalent to a cripple. If Su Zimo really joins forces with Liu Ping will become his burden instead. This reincarnated perfected immortal is smart. Su Zimo glared at Feng Yin coldly before turning to check on Liu Ping's injuries. Liu Ping's injuries were extremely severe and Feng Yin's later actions were clearly intentional. He wanted to cripple Liu Ping's body. Thankfully, the life force contained in Liu Ping's current body was way too immense. Even though he was severely injured, his body did not deteriorate and was still recovering bit by bit. Although the speed was very slow, his body could recover to its original state as long as he recuperated carefully. Junior brother Su, I didn't manage to last long. Liu Ping endured the pain from his body and forced a smile on his face. It's enough. Su Zimo murmured softly and waved his sleeves, sending out a gentle breeze that wrapped around Liu Ping's body, causing the latter to float slowly to the spectator area of Heaven and Earth Academy. He had not left the green stone battlefield himself. Perfected Immortal Xieling stood up slowly as well and nodded and said, "That's perfect. The 7th round of the Earth ranking battle, the final battle, shall officially begin." Chapter 2250, 2250 Heart-Peering. 2250 Heart-Peering. The final battle would also determine the top of the Earth ranking this time round. All eyes were on this. Everyone knew that no matter who the victor of this battle was, the top of the Earth ranking this time round would possess sufficient prestige. This 10,000-year meet would definitely be recorded in history and spread through the entire divine firmament. Looking at the two people on the green stone battlefield, no one could be certain who would achieve the supreme reputation of this generation. Would the reincarnated immortal use thunderous means to suppress this monster incarnate of the new generation, or would this paragon of the Academy trample on the glory of this predecessor? He had already admitted defeat earlier on. There was no need for you to continue attacking. Su Zimo looked at Feng Yin and said slowly, "I won't stop since he did not admit it personally." Feng Yin said coldly. The two of them stood on both sides of the green stone battlefield and faced off through the air. Their auras rose continuously and neither of them was willing to show weakness. Their gazes collided in midair and sparks flew with a torrential killing intent. "Why? You want revenge for your fellow sect mate?" Feng Yin's lips curled slightly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "I have that intention." Su Zimo's tone was calm. "All right then." Suddenly, Feng Yin released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and said coldly, "Let me tell you a fact today. As someone who ascended from the lower worlds, you're not qualified to challenge my status." The moment he said that, Feng Yin attacked and released multiple divine powers and immortal arts in succession. They were ferocious and blanketed the skies as they struck towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air as well and channeled his essence spirit to condense a secret skill and divine power to fight head-on. There was no technique to speak of in a fight between divine powers. It was just a continuous drain of essence spirit and essence qi. It was the same as the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua. Before the 6th round, Su Zimo had already recovered 40% of the power of his essence spirit. Thereafter, he fought a huge battle with Yu Feng and expended some energy. After resting for a while, he recovered to around 40% once more. But now that both parties released their divine powers and immortal arts, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting rapidly. The divine light in Feng Yin's eyes intensified. Everything was under his control. This is bad. Xie Qingcheng frowned and murmured, the current situation is similar to the battle between Brother Su and Immortal Tai Hua. Feng Yin has the absolute advantage in terms of essence spirit power. Brother Su can't afford the expenditure. Su Zimo realized this as well. During the clash of divine powers, he relied on the powerful physique of his Green Lotus true body to withstand the power of the divine powers and closed into Feng Yin continuously, shortening the distance between them. If he wanted to defeat Feng Yin in this battle, his only chance of winning was in melee combat. The Green Lotus true body was currently in his peak condition and could ignore all opponents of the same cultivation realm with his melee combat strength. Be it paragons, monster incarnates or reincarnated perfected immortals, Su Zimo was absolutely confident of suppressing them in melee combat. Finally, after a series of divine powers and immortal arts, the distance between the two of them shrank continuously and they were already within Su Zimo's attack range. Phew! Su Zimo conjured the great chaos essence palm and slapped down on Feng Yin's head with an unstoppable might. Foo. Feng Yin chuckled and moved with the wind like a willow catkin, floating down gently to avoid Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm. The power of that palm strike missed. With a calm expression, Su Zimo strode forward and attacked once more, charging towards Feng Yin. Feng Yin swayed and dodged Su Zimo's killing move again. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo attacked more than 10 times in succession and each time, he missed. In fact, he did not even manage to touch Feng Yin's clothes. This scene was extremely similar to what Liu Ping had experienced earlier on. Even now that the opponent was Su Zimo, the situation did not change much nor was any advantage gained. How strong! To think that Imperial Wind Temple's shadow with the wind movement technique would be so powerful. Even Su Zimo's melee combat techniques have failed repeatedly. If I had known earlier, I would have joined Imperial Wind Temple at the Immortal sect selection back then. With the help of such a movement technique, my combat strength would have doubled at least. The crowd was in an uproar. Your Highness, can Feng Yin be invincible just because of that movement technique? Xu Xiaotian had a worried expression. It's not that simple. Xie Qingcheng shook his head with a grim expression. I've experienced shadow with the wind's movement technique as well. It's far less terrifying than what Feng Yin displayed. Feng Yin must have other methods to be able to unleash such power with that movement technique. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's attacks intensified. However, Feng Yin was carefree and casual. Do you think that you can defeat me in melee combat? With a smile and a mocking expression, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind to linger around Su Zimo. Swoosh! A cold glint appeared faintly on his body. It was the same cold glint that severely injured Liu Ping earlier on. He could retaliate at any moment. Heart-peering. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he suddenly murmured. Feng Yin exclaimed softly in surprise. He had not expected Su Zimo to see through his methods so quickly. Apart from his sect's movement technique, shadow with the wind, the reason why he was able to avoid Su Zimo's killing methods repeatedly was because of the greater divine power, heart-peering. Heart-peering was a divine power secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. As the name suggested, it could read the other party's mind. However, Feng Yin's comprehension of heart-peering far surpassed others. With heart-peering, he could sense the landing spot of Su Zimo's attacks in advance and the trajectory of each attack. From there, he could make use of his movement technique to avoid Su Zimo's attacks. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could use heart-peering in battle. This required unimaginable comprehension and extraordinary reaction time, neither could be missing. It's impressive that you're able to cultivate heart-peering to such an extent. Su Zimo replied indifferently, seemingly in no hurry. Suddenly, in that intense battle, Su Zimo closed his eyes. That action caused an uproar in the crowd. Could Su Zimo be using his spirit consciousness to fight? That can't be, right? That's equivalent to having a death wish. For cultivators, even with their eyes closed, they could naturally scan their surroundings with their spirit consciousnesses. In fact, in many places, spirit consciousnesses were more comprehensive than what the eyes could see. However, spirit consciousnesses were not direct enough. In a battle, one's vision was the most direct and could reflect all information to themselves right away, allowing them to react and make judgments. If one closed their eyes and relied on their spirit consciousness to fight, they would be a step slower in every aspect. You think you can hide from my heart peering just by closing your eyes? Feng Yin burst into laughter. Su Zimo, you're way too naive. In reality, Su Zimo had not only closed his eyes, he had sealed all 5 senses of his body. Chapter 2251, 2251 Reverse the situation. 2251 Reverse the situation. Heart peering. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley in Tianhuang mainland was the first time Su Zimo experienced the mysteriousness of this divine power. At that time, Monk Xianbei knew what Su Zimo was thinking before the latter replied. However, Monk Xianbei's comprehension of that divine power was far inferior to Feng Yin. To be able to comprehend his heart peering to such a realm and fuse it perfectly with his combat strength was almost flawless. That alone was enough to shock everyone. Throughout history, there had never been any paragons or monster incarnates who could do that. Actually, the reason why Feng Yin could comprehend him to this level was mainly because of his reincarnation experience. He had died once. His soul carried his spirit consciousness imprint and vaguely comprehended something in the unknown. He reincarnated with that wisp of comprehension. Ever since he started cultivating, he had not recovered the memories of his previous life. However, he possessed the mysterious ability of heart peering from the moment he was born. Given his talent, it did not take long for him to incorporate that ability into his combat, and it was always successful. Oh! Feng Yin's spirit consciousness moved and his smile intensified when he sensed the change in Su Zimo. Sealing your 5 senses. Do you think that you can avoid heart peering's detection just by sealing your 5 senses? Expressionlessly, Su Zimo sealed his 5 senses and allowed himself to remain in a state of emptiness. His heart gradually calmed down without any emotions. If he wanted to hide from Feng Yin's heart peering, it was not enough to just lock his 5 senses. He could not make any strange movements with his mind or Feng Yin would definitely notice it. If Su Zimo had a thought and wanted to release any methods, Feng Yin would sense it and be prepared. That way, his attacks would most likely come to nothing and Feng Yin would gain the upper hand with a firm grasp of the situation. Calming your mind by sealing your 5 senses. Feng Yin frowned slightly. Through heart peering, he could sense that Su Zimo was like a deep and dark ancient well and could not detect anything. Although there was water in the ancient well, there were no ripples and it was silent. There were no emotions in the ancient well. Humph. Feng Yin sneered, in order to defend against my heart peering, you've given up so much. Let's see how you defend against my attacks. In a flash, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind's movement technique and a cold light surrounded him. He switched from defense to offense and attacked Su Zimo fiercely. Su Zimo is going to lose. At the spectator area, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled gently. Although condensing his chi to calm his mind through sealing of the 5 senses can defend against the detection of heart peering, he must be dreaming if he thinks he can make use of his spirit consciousness to defend against Feng Yin's attacks. The other cultivators nodded as well. Everyone could tell that this was a trap as well. If Su Zimo did not seal his 5 senses, he would always be led by the nose by Feng Yin. If he sealed his 5 senses, he would still be disadvantaged and would fall into Feng Yin's ferocious attacks. He would not be able to defend at all. To think that Feng Yin would have such a move. Perfected Immortal Xieling shook his head gently and lamented, he's almost invincible with heart peering and shadow with the wind. Even if Su Zimo is at his peak, he might not be able to win this match. As everyone discussed, Feng Yin's attacks on the battlefield were ferocious and both parties fought with speed for a few rounds. Relying on shadow with the wind's agility and grace, Feng Yin's attacks were extremely fast and his angles were tricky, almost pervasive. Even if they released their 5 senses, many Earth Immortal paragons of the Earth ranking could not defend against such attacks. However, to everyone's shock, Su Zimo received all of Feng Yin's attacks and even had the upper hand. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Feng Yin was clearly the one who attacked forcefully and released a flurry of attacks. However, as the two of them exchanged blows, Feng Yin was suppressed by Su Zimo, who had his 5 senses sealed and was disadvantaged. What happened? How strange. Could Su Zimo have opened his heavenly eye? In the upper world, those from the heavenly eye race had heavenly eyes on their glabellas and could hide from heart-peering senses. However, it was clearly different from Su Zimo's situation. What is Su Zimo using to fight? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned. He had just said that Su Zimo would definitely lose. To think that the situation would change so strangely. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. The cold light that danced around Feng Yin stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head at an extremely tricky angle. The cold light was filled with killing intent. The sound that pierced the void was extremely sharp as well. However, because Su Zimo had sealed his 5 senses, there was no way he could sense it. Even many Earth Immortals who widened their eyes could not see what the cold light was. However, the moment the cold light flashed, Su Zimo did not turn back. Expressionlessly, he fought against Feng Yin while suddenly grabbing back without any warning. Clang! Clang! Sharp, knife-like fingernails protruded from the fingertips of Su Zimo's fingers. They shone with a green glow and were surrounded by lightning. Clang! Su Zimo's 5 fingers grabbed the back of his head and his fingertips grabbed the cold light. There was a crisp sound and sparks flew. The true form of the cold light was finally revealed. Everyone could clearly see that the cold light was an exquisite flying saber the length of a finger. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks sounded from the saber. Su Zimo released his grip and the flying saber turned into tiny shards that fell onto the green stone battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful divine weapon severely injured Liu Ping, but now, it was crushed by Su Zimo's fingernails. More importantly, the situation seemed to be changing. Feng Yin's advantage was gone. Nobody knew why Su Zimo, who had condensed his qi to calm his mind through the sealing of his 5 senses, could fight Feng Yin and even gain the upper hand. The reason why Su Zimo was able to do that was because of his spirit perception that was cultivated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. That was something even more unfathomable than heart-peering. It was also because of his spirit perception that Su Zimo was able to survive countless life and death situations. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was a cultivation technique that Su Zimo cultivated when Dai Yu left it in the lower worlds. Many of the cultivation techniques and sutras within were useless by now. However, the essence of this cultivation technique and many killing moves could release unimaginable terrifying might even in the upper world. Yu Feng, who was renowned for his melee combat strength, was able to witness the terror of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in less than 2 rounds against Su Zimo. Feng Yin stood on the green stone battlefield with a grim expression. The crippling of a dharmic treasure was nothing to him. However, the fact that heart-peering was resolved by Su Zimo was a huge blow to him. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had not encountered any opponent who could break heart-peering. As an Earth Immortal, he even encountered Heaven Immortal experts, but they could not avoid his heart-peering detection. To think that it would be destroyed by a cultivator of the lower worlds who was initially unknown. Chapter 2252, 2252 Crushing. 2252 Crushing. Su Zimo did not give Feng Yin any time to think or catch his breath. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo continued to engage Feng Yin in melee combat and his fingernails popped out with a cold glint. They were sharp like sabers and swords as they flew up and down with ferocious attacks. Each time he attacked, Su Zimo's body would be accompanied by a series of dragon roars that were incomparably loud and shook the world. His aura was torrential and he looked down on the world. To everyone, Su Zimo seemed to have vanished. If everyone closed their eyes and merely scanned with their spirit consciousnesses, they would see a divine dragon with sharp fangs and claws soaring through the green stone battlefield, shaking its head and wagging its tail while biting. In the face of the divine dragon, Feng Yin was as insignificant as an ant, like a mayfly that wanted to shake a tree. Where did Su Zimo learn his offensive skills? The Heaven Immortals of the major factions were puzzled. I'm not sure. If I'm not wrong, they seem related to the dragon race. Perfected Immortal Xieling pondered for a moment. In the 9 heavens, he once released a movement technique similar to teleportation. It should be a secret skill of the dragon race. Even if he has a supreme opportunity and obtained the inheritance of some cultivation technique or secret skill of the dragon race, how can a human unleash the capabilities of the dragon race to such an extent? Another person asked with a frown. Xieling shook his head with a lost expression as well. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, by chance, Suzimo's essence spirit fused into a dragon corpse and fought against 3 perfected immortal experts. In that battle, the dragon corpse relied on its remnant memories to release many offensive skills of the dragon race. Suzimo had synthesized the dragon phoenix essence spirit and had cultivated in the dragon race before. He was extremely familiar with everything about the dragon race. He cultivated the offensive skills of the dragon race with half the effort. If Zither Immortal Meng Yarrow and Sword Immortal Yu Hua were present and saw Suzimo's methods, they might be able to discover some clues and recall some unhappy memories. On the green stone battlefield, Suzimo released the offensive skills of the dragon race. His attacks were ferocious and he possessed both form and spirit. Feng Yin could not defend against it at all and retreated continuously. Heart-peering was useless. Even shadow-like wind was not Suzimo's match in melee combat. Although Feng Yin was expressionless, he felt frustrated. Although the power of heart-peering was mysterious, maintaining this divine power required the continuous consumption of the power of his essence spirit. Now that heart-peering was useless, maintaining this divine power was equivalent to wasting the power of his essence spirit. There was no need for that. At that thought, Feng Yin dispersed his heart-peering with a single thought. Suddenly, 2 divine lights shone before his eyes. Those were Suzimo's eyes that were frighteningly bright. The moment Feng Yin dispersed heart-peering, Suzimo sensed something and opened his eyes. With a burning gaze, he unlocked his 5 senses and his aura surged to another level. Spirit perception was a passive reaction towards danger. In a fight as such, even if one's attacks were ferocious, they would not be able to unleash the full might of melee combat. If this continued, it would be difficult to determine the victor. Now that Feng Yin had dispersed heart-peering, Suzimo no longer had any reservations. Feng Yin, you've lost. Suzimo smiled with a mocking gaze. This is bad. Feng Yin's heart sank as he realized that he might have made a huge mistake. Now that he had removed heart-peering, it was already impossible for him to condense it again. Kill. Sensing the opening in Feng Yin's mind, Suzimo hollered and raised his fist like a gigantic seal, smashing it towards Feng Yin's head with a tragic blood stench. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly. He was slightly distracted and that momentary opening was immediately seized by Suzimo to release such a terrifying power. Feng Yin's aura was snatched away by Suzimo and he could not resist. He could not help but growl and circulate his blood qi to its limits. Woo-hoo-hoo. A hurricane that connected the heavens and earth appeared behind Feng Yin, letting out a ghostly wail. Bloodline phenomenon. Feng Yin released his bloodline phenomenon and included his visual technique as though it was not enough. 2 sinister cold beams of light shone from the depths of his eyes and shot out, arriving on Suzimo's face instantly. Before the 2 cold beams slashed down, Suzimo already felt a sharp pain on his face. The visual technique was extremely powerful. Suzimo had already released his visual technique in the 9 heavens. However, it was difficult for him to dodge at this distance. He tilted his head slightly and the 2 cold beams entered his left eye instantly. Right on the heels of that, Suzimo's left eye suddenly turned pitch black and emitted a cold and dark aura. There was no white in it and it looked a little terrifying. Feng Yin's expectation that Suzimo's eyeballs would be exposed with blood splattering did not happen. On the contrary, he saw the bottomless darkness in Suzimo's left eye. His gaze, mind, essence spirit and essence qi seemed like they were about to be devoured by the darkness. Thankfully, the darkness in Suzimo's left eye dissipated rapidly. Pest! Feng Yin was shocked and his body shuddered. His reaction was slightly slower as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Bang! Suzimo's fist smashed down heavily like a mountain. A creaking sound came from Feng Yin's body, as though his bones were about to fall apart. Although he had the support of his bloodline phenomenon, His mind was distracted by Su Zimo's left eye earlier on, and his reaction was a tad slower. He could not gather his full strength. In melee combat, if Su Zimo had the upper hand, he would release suffocating attacks and would definitely not give his opponent any chance. After punching, Su Zimo's entire body darted forward. Bending his legs slightly, his hands seemed to be holding something as he offered it to Feng Yin with a fake smile. Feng Yin's pupils constricted and his hairs stood on end. With the help of his movement technique, he tapped his feet on the ground and retreated. However, Su Zimo's speed was not slow either. Like a shadow, his killing intent enveloped Feng Yin the entire time and he was ready to strike. Suddenly, without any warning, Feng Yin suddenly swept his long hair. Buzz! A dense beam of cold lights burst forth from Feng Yin's long hair and shot towards Su Zimo's face. That attack was extremely fast and his moves were wild. Nobody expected such a killing move to be hidden in the long hair of the reincarnated Immortal. With the help of the wind and the channeling of Feng Yin's bloodline phenomenon, the cold lights were extremely fast and arrived almost instantly. Su Zimo was in hot pursuit and could not dodge in time against such a counterattack. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. His glabella opened up and a handful of golden yellow sand suddenly appeared in front of him to defend. Chapter 2253, 2253 Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. 2253 Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. The yellow sand spread and seemed to form a yellow cloud that was dense, tough and airtight. The cold light released by Feng Yin's hair entered the yellow sand. Feng Yin sneered, "You want to defend against my clear wind immortal needles with just a ball of yellow sand?" To be precise, the clear wind immortal needles was a heaven-grade dharmic treasure. Although Feng Yin's essence spirit was only at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal and it was difficult for him to unleash the power of those immortal needles, it was not something that ordinary weapons could defend against. After consecutive exchanges, Feng Yin had already realized that ordinary weapons and dharmic treasures could no longer hurt Su Zimo's foundation. The only way to severely injure him was if higher-level dharmic treasures were used. If it was anyone else, it would naturally be extremely difficult for them to obtain powerful heaven-grade dharmic treasures at the Earth Immortal realm. Even the sect would not give Earth Immortals heaven-grade dharmic treasures. However, it was different for Feng Yin. His identity was a reincarnated perfected immortal. Before his reincarnation, he was a legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple and the treasures he possessed were unimaginable. Many of those treasures were retained for his use. This set of 108 clear wind immortal needles was only one of them. The clear wind immortal needles were synthesized with the sky glowstone, golden lightstone, thunderfire sand, light jade and many other rare materials in the Yin Wind Valley of Imperial Wind Temple when he was alive. The immortal needles were as thin as a cow's hair and were usually hidden in his hair. They were impossible to detect. Clang, clang, clang. The yellow cloud rumbled and a sharp sound came from within, as though the clear wind immortal needles wanted to penetrate the yellow cloud and were attacking continuously. However, after a few breaths, not only did not a single clear wind immortal needle appear, Feng Yin's control and sensing of the immortal needles became weaker. In that few breaths, Su Zimo's attacks did not delay and became even sharper. Bang! Su Zimo bent his knees forward and pushed up with both hands, colliding against Feng Yin's arms with a dull thud. Feng Yin shuddered. Even with the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon, he felt his blood qi rumble and his organs vibrate while his bones creak. Not only did Feng Yin fail to change the situation by summoning a heaven-grade dharmic treasure, his situation was even worse. His heaven-grade dharmic treasure was also neutralized by the yellow sand released by Su Zimo with ease. "Your Highness, can you tell what that yellow sand is?" Heaven Abyss frowned slightly with a puzzled expression and could not help but ask. Among the many Heaven Immortal experts present, none of them recognized the yellow sand released by Su Zimo. Even the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were confused. This yellow sand was definitely not a treasure of Heaven and Earth Academy. "I'm not sure." Perfected Immortal Xieling frowned as well and said in a deep voice, "Up till this point of my cultivation, I've never seen anyone use something like sand as a dharmic treasure or weapon. It's indeed a little strange. However, the fact that this yellow sand can defend against the clear wind Immortal needles shows how extraordinary it is. The yellow sand that spread out from Suzimo's glabella was the Nine Heavens living soil. Typically, he would rarely use the Nine Heavens living soil. The flesh of the grade 10 green lotus true body was comparable to a carnate earth grade dharmic treasure. Almost no one of the same cultivation realm could hurt his foundation. But now that Feng Yin had summoned a heaven-grade dharmic treasure, the clear wind Immortal needles, the green lotus true body could no longer defend against it. Only the Nine Heavens living soil could resolve it. Suzimo was not worried that the Nine Heavens living soil would expose his green lotus true body. Even with Dai Yu's cultivation realm and experience, she did not know how the creation green lotus would change after grade 9. It was even more impossible for the Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals present to recognize the origin of the Nine Heavens living soil. On the battlefield, Feng Yin was forced to retreat continuously by Suzimo. Even though he possessed shadow with the wind, his space was shrinking. Before long, Feng Yin was about to retreat to the edge of the green stone battlefield. Although Feng Yin was disadvantaged, he looked calm without much panic in his eyes, as though he was not worried about his situation. Even if his heart-peering and heaven-grade dharmic treasure were rendered useless, he had other method. Any of those methods could change the situation instantly when release. The many Earth Immortals in the square were merely watching the show. As for some Heaven Immortal experts at the spectator area, they saw things even clearer and knew in their hearts that Feng Yin was only disadvantaged but did not show any signs of defeat. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Feng Yin spoke indifferently, revealing a condescending tone as though he was getting impatient. At that moment, he did not seem to be an Earth Immortal, but a perfected Immortal of the pass. Swoosh. Feng Yin swiped his storage bag. A dark light appeared. Stepping on the dark light, Feng Yin swooshed and disappeared from the edge of the greenstone battlefield at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, escaping from Suzimo's attack rain. It was too fast. Suzimo frowned slightly. If he could still release the rock wings, he would naturally be able to catch up. But now, it was impossible for him to catch up with the burst of his green lotus true body alone. He could clearly see that the dark light beneath Feng Yin's feet was a shuttle-shaped dharmic treasure. With the help of that dharmic treasure, Feng Yin's speed increased exponentially and he managed to escape from Suzimo's attack. Heavenly dark light shuttle. Heaven Abyss focused his gaze and suddenly spoke. Perfected Immortal Xieling nodded as well. That's right, it's Feng Yin's destiny dharmic treasure before his reincarnation. It's also a pure yang spirit treasure. The heavenly dark light shuttle. Back then, Feng Yin used this dharmic treasure to dominate divine firmament mainland and had never tasted defeat. Even if he encountered strong foes, he could make use of the heavenly dark light shuttle to flee far away, leaving his opponents in the dust and unable to catch up. With that pure yang spirit treasure, Feng Yin was able to shuttle through the various worlds back then and was omnipotent. He managed to survive countless close shaves and gained quite a bit of fame. Later on, Feng Yin encountered a strong enemy from another world and was severely injured. Although he managed to escape back to divine firmament mainland with the heavenly dark light shuttle, he was already at the end of his road. That was the reason for his reincarnation later on. Xieling paused for a moment. Seems like Feng Yin did encounter quite a bit of trouble in that battle back then. Even this heavenly dark light shuttle was severely injured and is crippled. Even though it's crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure back then and its quality is still present. While the full might of the spirit treasure can't be released, it's enough to kill Suzimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea said coldly. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yin would not be able to control the heavenly dark light shuttle given his essence spirit realm. However, because this was his destiny dharmic treasure before his reincarnation and was extremely compatible with his essence spirit, he could use this dharmic treasure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the experts discussed, dark lights flashed continuously on the green stone battlefield at an extremely fast speed. The Earth Immortals could no longer see Feng Yin's figure clearly. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a dark light disappearing and appearing around Suzimo from time to time, dancing and attacking fiercely. After summoning this destiny spirit treasure of the past, Feng Yin regained the initiative. Chapter 2254, 2254 Might of the Auspicious Jade. 2254 Might of the Auspicious Jade. Poof, poof, poof. A few streaks of bloodlight appeared on Su Zimo's body. The heavenly dark light shuttle was way too fast. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo could avoid fatal damage. However, it was inevitable that he would be injured by the heavenly dark light shuttle. A few wounds appeared on his arm, shoulder, and thigh, dripping with blood. Instantly, the many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy became extremely nervous. Elder Zhong, how about we admit defeat? Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a worried expression. Feng Yin is relying on the weapons of his previous life. In this aspect, junior brother Su is way too inferior and can't fight at all. Elder Zhong and the others exchanged glances and hesitated. Indeed, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and was completely suppressed by Feng Yin. However, his expression was calm and composed, as though he was not in a desperate situation. Although a few wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body, they stopped bleeding before long and showed signs of healing. Those were only minor injuries and were nothing to the Green Lotus true body. Let's wait and see. Elder, he said in a deep voice as he glared at the battlefield fixedly, prepared to call for a stop at any moment. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo was also thinking of countermeasures. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he had to get rid of Feng Yin's heavenly dark light shuttle. The Hell Suppression Tripod was currently devouring and refining a few treasures of the 9 heavens and could not be interrupted. Although the few sacred souls had awakened, their strength had not recovered completely. Furthermore, this was Su Zimo's strongest trump card and he did not want to expose it in advance in a fight between his peers. The 9 heavens living soil was still rumbling in midair not far away. Just as Su Zimo was about to recall the 9 heavens living soil, the 108 clear wind immortal needles within stirred, wanting to escape and return to Feng Yin's control. He could not touch the 9 heavens living soil. Otherwise, if Feng Yin regained control of the clear wind immortal needles, it would be troublesome as well. Swoosh. Right then, the dark light appeared once more and stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. This time round, Su Zimo did not dodge. With a single thought, a green light appeared in his palm. It was an incomparably exquisite jade weapon. Its head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud and there were 3 pearls embedded on it that shone brightly. This jade weapon was the Trinity Auspicious Jade that was born when Su Zimo broke through to the Grade 10 creation Green Lotus. Initially, the 3 pearls were dim. Right now, Su Zimo had cultivated for many years and cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra continuously. This Trinity Auspicious Jade also attracted a large amount of light from the sun, moon, and stars. The 3 pearls gradually regained their luster and were bedazzling. Actually, the 3 pearls were condensed from the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the chaos and corresponded to heaven, earth, and man. Su Zimo cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and refined the stars. The Green Lotus Essence Spirit wielded the Trinity Auspicious Jade and received immense replenishment as well. As for the Trinity Auspicious Jade's 3 pearls, they released an even more condensed tricolored starlight, allowing Su Zimo to cultivate the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra at an even faster speed. Otherwise, there was no way he could have cultivated that cultivation technique to level 3 and opened up a 3rd star region in just 1,000 years. When Su Zimo first obtained the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he was pressed for time and did not have much time to study it. One of the uses of the Trinity Auspicious Jade was to change one's appearance. It was also because of this magical use that he could avoid Prince Yuan Zuo's wanted notice in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and lie dormant for 2,000 years. Apart from cultivating in seclusion in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo would also study the use of the Trinity Auspicious Jade in his spare time. Over the years, he had gained quite a bit of insights but he did not have a chance to test them out. Now that Feng Yin had summoned the heavenly dark light shuttle, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Su Zimo raised his hand and raised the Trinity auspicious jade with his spirit perception, striking towards the heavenly dark light shuttle. "You're trying to strike a stone with an egg." Feng Yin burst into laughter when he saw Su Zimo's actions. Compared to the heavenly dark light shuttle, the jade weapon looked incomparably fragile, as though it could shatter with a single strike. Clang! However, after the collision of the two dharmic treasures, the sound of jade clashing could be heard on the battlefield. Feng Yin's figure appeared and he shuddered. He had a shocked expression and almost fell from midair after losing his footing. The heavenly dark light shuttle revealed itself as well and swayed slightly, falling from midair as though it had suffered a huge blow. Everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? What's that jade weapon? It can actually knock down the heavenly dark light shuttle? Although the heavenly dark light shuttle is crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure back then after all. How is that possible? The crowd was in an uproar. Even the perfected Immortal Xieling, Heaven Abyss, and the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were dumbfounded. Feng Yin, who was on the green stone battlefield, was even more frustrated and confused. When he saw Su Zimo take out an exquisite jade weapon and attack the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet, he did not take it seriously at all. The jade weapon did not contain much power. However, when the jade weapon struck the heavenly dark light shuttle, the essence qi attached to it was dispersed. As for the essence qi in his body, it was shaken into chaos indirectly through the heavenly dark light shuttle. Caught off guard, Feng Yin nearly fell from midair. Feng Yin channeled his spirit consciousness hurriedly and tried to control the heavenly dark light shuttle once more. Steadying himself, he looked at the jade weapon in Su Zimo's hands with a wary expression. Su Zimo was secretly delighted when he saw that. The 3 pearls on the Trinity auspicious jade absorbed more and more essence of the sun, moon, and stars, gradually giving birth to a tricolored glow. Su Zimo realized that the tricolored glow seemed to have a special effect on essence qi. Now that it was released in battle, it was indeed extraordinary. After all, the heavenly dark light shuttle on the other end was once a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure and had a solid foundation. If it was an ordinary dharmic treasure, even if it was not injured or damaged after being struck by the Trinity auspicious jade, it would most likely be struck down and could not be used for a short period of time. When he saw how powerful the Trinity auspicious jade was, Su Zimo was invigorated. He strode forward and wielded the Trinity auspicious jade, striking towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! Feng Yin channeled the heavenly dark light shuttle once more, wanting to distance himself. However, the heavenly dark light shuttle was clearly greatly affected after being struck by the Trinity auspicious jade. Its speed slowed down and it could no longer shake off Su Zimo. The situation had changed once more. Feng Yin dodged a few times in succession but could not break free from Su Zimo's pursuit. His expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Do you think that's all there is to my weapon? Go." Feng Yin conjured hand seals and channeled his spirit consciousness, shooting out an essence qi that entered the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet and pointed at Su Zimo. Swoosh! A dark light flashed and stabbed towards Su Zimo. While in midair, the dark light suddenly disintegrated and turned into 6 dark lights that tore through the air. Chapter 2255, 2255 9 Dragons Surround. 2255 9 Dragons Surround. If the heavenly dark light shuttle was intact and at its peak, it could have produced far more changes. Of course, even the current changes were enough to affect the situation. The heavenly dark light shuttle split into 6 and danced in midair, piercing towards Su Zimo from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Although the Trinity auspicious jade possessed a mysterious might and had a tricolored glow that could dissipate essence qi from divine weapons, it was difficult for it to brush away all 6 dark lights at the same time. At the same time, a massive spirit consciousness gathered on Feng Yin's glabella, emanating a shuddering energy fluctuation. "This is bad." Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy frowned and exclaimed softly, "He's about to release his essence spirit secret skill." The other disciples of the Academy were shocked. They had witnessed Su Zimo release 3 essence spirit secret skills in the 9 heavens to fight against Immortal Tai Hua and the other Earth Immortal experts. That was Su Zimo's limit. Furthermore, The power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting continuously in the battle against Feng Yin. Right now, he only had 10 to 20% of his essence spirit's power left. Even if he knew other essence spirit secret skills, the power of his essence spirit could not release another essence spirit secret skill. Feng Yin was no longer holding back when he released his essence spirit secret skill, Buzz. A cold light burst forth from Feng Yin's glabella at an extremely fast speed. In fact, it was even faster than the 6 dark lights and arrived before Su Zimo. The cold light was a wind blade conjured by Feng Yin's massive spirit consciousness using an essence spirit secret skill and had already materialized. Su Zimo did not move or dodge. He could not dodge against the envelopment of the essence spirit secret skill either. Poof! The wind blade pierced Su Zimo's glabella and entered his consciousness, disappearing. It's over. Xie Qingqing's expression dimmed with pity. Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea were delighted and excited. Ha 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 ha. Prince Yuanzhe could not help but burst into laughter. The essence spirit attack of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal has already entered his consciousness. Su Zimo will definitely die. Heaven Immortal White Sea opened his folding fan once more and revealed a smile. Even if that lad has any defensive essence spirit dharmic treasures, the aftershock of the collision will definitely cause a huge impact to his essence spirit since the essence spirit secret skill has already entered his consciousness. Furthermore, there's the killing power of the heavenly dark light shuttle. Heaven Immortal Green Peak was finally relieved when he saw that. Although there were some twists and turns in this battle, they finally won. These Heaven Immortal experts were sharp and guessed correctly. Indeed, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was close to exhaustion and he could no longer release any essence spirit secret skills. However, he had a dharmic treasure that specialized in defending against attacks to the essence spirit. The moment Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill was formed, the 90 green lotus seeds in Su Zimo's consciousness had already gathered, forming a sharp green lotus sword. However, Su Zimo had his reservations. The green lotus seeds were different from dharmic treasures such as the Trinity Auspicious Jade and 9 Heavens Living Soil. It was easy for others to tell their origins and link them to the lotus platform. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not release the green lotus sword. Instead, he kept the battlefield of the essence spirit fight in his consciousness. The wind blade entered his consciousness and collided with the green lotus sword. The green lotus sword dissipated and turned into 90 green lotus seeds once more, returning to the creation lotus platform. The wind blade dissipated as well. The wind blade collided with the green lotus sword and released an extremely powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation that swept through Su Zimo's entire consciousness. However, the green lotus essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. The lotus platform spewed out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings and blocked the spirit consciousness fluctuation without any damage. Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill was neutralized by Su Zimo silently. He merely had a blood scar on his glabella and his consciousness was slightly destroyed. The impact on his combat strength was almost negligible. Before Prince Yuanzhe and Heaven Immortal White Sea could finish laughing, the green stone battlefield suddenly changed. Su Zimo was not affected at all after being struck by an essence spirit secret skill. Instead, he channeled his essence spirit and suddenly turned the Trinity Auspicious Jade, holding the tip of the Trinity Auspicious Jade and revealing its end. An endless stream of essence chi surged into the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Roar! Suddenly, the exquisite jade weapon let out a loud and incomparably dignified dragon roar that reverberated through the 9 heavens. Even the massive palace of the Yang Palace trembled slightly. At the end of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, where the handle was, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons with different shapes and horns etched. At that moment, the glow from the 3 infinite pearls surged into the handle wildly. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons came to life and fell off the Trinity Auspicious Jade. They soared into the air with divine charms, sharp claws, and fangs as they roared into the skies with endless might. The crowd was in an uproar. It was an extremely shocking scene. On the greenstone battlefield, a green-robed cultivator wielded an auspicious jade and 9 5-clawed golden dragons circled around him. The beards of the dragons fluttered and their eyes widened in rage as roars sounded endlessly. Under the encirclement of the 9 dragons, an unstoppable aura of supremacy burst forth from the green-robed cultivator. The 6 dark lights conjured by the heavenly dark light shuttle were stopped by 6 5-clawed golden dragons the moment they approached. They fought continuously in midair, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger for a moment. However, there were still 3 5-clawed golden dragons left in midair. Beside Su Zimo, they glared at Feng Yin, who was not far away with a murderous aura. Sticky dragon saliva flowed from their mouths as they spat out dragon breaths, ready to pounce at any moment. He's not dead. Su Zimo isn't dead after being struck by Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill. What happened? How is that possible? Where did those 9 5-clawed golden dragons come from? It's as though they're real. Why do I feel an uncontrollable sense of trepidation in the face of these divine dragons? A clamor broke out from the crowd as exclamations, shock and doubt intertwined. None of them could drown out the dragon roars on the battlefield. The smiles of Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea froze on their faces. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression gradually darkened as well. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. What a powerful dharmic treasure! Perfected Immortal Xieling looked at the Trinity Auspicious Jade in Su Zimo's hands and was secretly speechless. This small jade weapon could defend against the sentient dharmic treasure of a reincarnated perfected immortal. It could even derive such a powerful transformation and wipe out the weapons and dharmic treasures of others. Even with his experience as a perfected immortal, he did not recognize the origin of the auspicious jade. Logically speaking, a dharmic treasure that was so powerful and varied should not be an unknown object. Although the Trinity Auspicious Jade did not have any sharpness or ferocious power, its advantage was that it was unfathomable and mysterious. This was the first time that Su Zimo had released the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. To think that they would possess such terrifying might. Chapter 2256, 2256 Impermanence Seal. 2256 Impermanence Seal. Of course, the formation of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons consumed all the resplendent light in the 3 infinite pearls. At that moment, the 3 infinite pearls dimmed once more. Without the tricolored glow, the Trinity Auspicious Jade was almost equivalent to an ordinary jade weapon. Su Zimo threw the Trinity Auspicious Jade into his consciousness once more. This dharmic treasure had already helped him enough. Go! Su Zimo pointed at Feng Yin from afar. The remaining 3 5-clawed golden dragons were already impatient and roared, charging towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! A green figure flashed. Su Zimo followed closely behind, closing in on Feng Yin as well. This time round, he would not give Feng Yin any chance. Soaring Cloud Sword. Golden Flame Seal. Dragon Suppressing Rope. Feng Yin swiped his storage bag and withdrew 3 heaven-grade dharmic treasures, attacking the 3 5-clawed golden dragons that flew over from midair. Cling. Clang. The Soaring Cloud Sword blocked one of the 5-clawed golden dragons and collided continuously in midair, causing sparks to fly and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was ferocious, the Soaring Cloud Sword was extremely sharp and a large number of dragon scales fell off when it struck the dragon. The Golden Flame Seal and Dragon Suppressing Rope blocked the other 2 5-clawed golden dragons respectively and fought in midair. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Feng Yin has too many dharmic treasures and almost all of them are heaven-grade dharmic treasures. He's a reincarnated perfected immortal after all and has a strong foundation. In that case, Immortal Tai Hua's death was a little unjust. If he could use dharmic treasures and divine weapons in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo might not have won that battle. Everyone discussed endlessly. On the greenstone battlefield, Feng Yin's face was slightly pale. Indeed, he had many dharmic treasures and divine weapons. In fact, he had even more dharmic treasures in his storage bag. However, controlling those dharmic treasures and divine weapons took a huge toll on his essence spirit as well. Right now, he had released the Clear Wind Immortal Needles, Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle, Soaring Cloud Sword, Golden Flame Seal and Dragon Suppressing Rope. All of them were heaven-grade or above dharmic treasures. His essence spirit was only a grade 1 heaven immortal, and controlling so many heaven-grade dharmic treasures at the same time was already his limit. Su Zimo charged forward once more like a galloping divine steed. His body was filled with an incomparably tragic aura, and his aura was unstoppable. This time round, Feng Yin did not retreat or dodge. Su Zimo, we're finally at this point. Feng Yin spoke and gathered the final bit of essence spirit power. He conjured hand seals and terrifying divine powers gathered, causing the world to change. Ah, that's the power of a supreme divine power. Another series of shouts broke out from the crowd and all the cultivators were shocked. Xie Cheng stood up instinctively. He was not surprised at all. In his opinion, Feng Yin's greatest reliance had always been supreme divine powers. If Su Zimo was at his peak, Feng Yin would definitely not rely completely on his supreme divine powers. But now, after a fierce battle, Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost depleted while Feng Yin could still release a supreme divine power. This was the final killing move. Actually, the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua in the Nine Heavens earlier on was similar to what was happening before him. Su Zimo also expended the power of Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit continuously. In the end, when the power of his essence spirit was depleted, he released his supreme divine power and killed the latter with a single strike. Feng Yin had clearly planned everything as well. The reason why he left this trump card till the end was because he wanted to be certain that Su Zimo's essence spirit power could not release another supreme divine power. Perhaps Mr. Su's body might be able to withstand that supreme divine power. Xu Xiaotian could not help but ask. After all, in the Nine Heavens, Su Zimo was the one who defended against a supreme divine power of Immortal Tai Hua and killed the latter. That's different. Xie Cheng shook his head. In the Nine Heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured as well after defending against a supreme divine power. However, he attacked and killed Immortal Tai Hua without giving the latter any chance. However, right now, even if Brother Su is able to defend against that supreme divine power and is severely injured, he doesn't have any other methods to kill Feng Yin. On the contrary, Feng Yin will seize the opportunity to defeat Brother Su. Feng Yin looked at Su Zimo, who was getting closer, and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. You might not have expected that you would be defeated in the same situation. This might be karma and your final resting place. I'll take back the dignity of reincarnated immortals lost by the death of Tai Hua. I want you to understand something. A reincarnated immortal is definitely not someone like you who ascended from the lower worlds can challenge. The moment he said that, the divine power condensed in Feng Yin's hands was already at its limits. Hurricane catastrophe. Feng Yin pointed at Su Zimo. Phew. A gigantic black hurricane appeared before him with an incomparably terrifying aura. It let out a ghostly wail as though it could tear everything in the world apart. Hurricane catastrophe was an extremely lethal supreme divine power that was even more terrifying than the one released by Immortal Tai Hua. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks against that supreme divine power. His expression was incomparably calm as he channeled the remaining essence spirit power in his consciousness. His hands shifted and conjured an incomparably sacred and mysterious strange dharmic seal. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Su Zimo murmured softly. Although the Sanskrit was neither loud nor soft, it spread to every corner of the Yangyang Palace. An incomparably mysterious power emanated from the dharmic seals on his hands. Su Zimo released the dharmic seal and struck the hurricane catastrophe before him. Feng Yin sneered, "You want to fight against supreme divine powers with just a dharmic seal of the Buddhist monasteries? You must be dreaming." He was not the only one. Many heaven immortal experts present could see it clearly. Although Su Zimo's dharmic seal looked mysterious, it did not have any divine powers and should be an ordinary secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. It was impossible for him to defend against a supreme divine power with such ferocious killing power with a secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. Right then, the Buddhist dharmic seal collided with the hurricane catastrophe. Swoosh! Instantly, the black hurricane that was destructive earlier on dissipated instantly as the divine power dispersed without affecting Su Zimo at all. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly and his pupils constricted. There was only a single thought in his mind. How was that possible? With the disappearance of the hurricane catastrophe, Suzimo's figure had already arrived before him. Kneeling forward, he was like a divine steed that was galloping with an unstoppable might. Feng Yin could not dodge in time and could only raise his arms to defend against his chess. Bang! Suzimo collided heavily against it. Feng Yin felt a sharp pain in his arms and vaguely heard the sound of bones cracking. Chapter 2257, 2257 Top of the Earth Ranking. 2257 Top of the Earth Ranking. Initially, everyone thought that there was no doubt about this battle after Feng Yin released his supreme divine power. To think that the situation would change rapidly, Suzimo suddenly released a dharmic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, causing the hurricane catastrophe to dissipate without warning and allow him to close in. Even the onlookers were stunned and could not understand what happened, let alone Feng Yin who was in the middle of it. For a fight of this level, a single misstep was a chasm of difference. Be it his essence chi or essence spirit, Feng Yin had already expended all his trump cards and was no match for Suzimo who was closing in. Suzimo used a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and severely injured Feng Yin in the blink of an eye. With his life on the line, Feng Yin's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Before his blood chi dissipated completely, he gathered all his blood chi to a single spot and exploded. Right then, he received a tremendous power and retreated, turning into a blood beam that fell from the green stone battlefield. Feng Yin was defeated. In midair above the square, there was only a green-robed figure standing on the green stone battlefield. After a moment of silence in the crowd, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy burst into cheers. They were invigorated and delighted. The crowd was also in an uproar. Suzimo won. A grade 8 Earth Immortal became the leader of the Earth ranking and even defeated 2 reincarnated perfected Immortals. He's truly invincible among his peers. This 10,000-year meet is enough to be recorded in history. Did you guys notice how Suzimo seemed to have injured Feng Yin with a particular intent? Many cultivators understood what he meant. Prior to this, Feng Yin injured Liu Ping of Heaven and Earth Academy by severing his arms and penetrating his chest. Now, Suzimo had torn Feng Yin's arms apart, penetrating his heart and chest. The wounds were almost identical. It was clear that he was taking revenge for Liu Ping. To think that someone who ascended from the lower worlds would step on 2 reincarnated immortals to ascend to the top of the Earth ranking in this 10,000-year meet. Such a huge commotion and scene has not happened for hundreds of thousands of years. An old man lamented. The previous time someone from the lower worlds displayed such might was probably back in the year of Feng Kantian, another person said. The first old man shook his head gently. I heard that although Feng Kantian was at the top of the Earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet and was domineering and invincible, his opponents were not as powerful and dazzling. Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea had ugly expressions. Now that Suzimo was at the top of the Earth ranking, it meant that the alliance of the 2 factions had failed completely. The loss of Earth Immortals from the 2 factions was secondary. The main thing was that they had lost too much face this time round and would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators for a long time to come. Prince Yuan's were looked at Suzimo's figure. Although he was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do. He had noticed something. If he could not kill Suzimo at the 10,000-year meet this time round, he might not have another chance in the future. Heaven Immortal White Sea was also thinking about how he should report to the Zither Immortal as well when he returned to the sect. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and did not linger here. After bidding farewell to perfected Immortal Xieling, they left hurriedly with their cultivators. The Earth Immortals of the 2 factions had already been killed by Suzimo. The 2 of them would only be asking for a rebuff if they continued staying here. Feng Yin, how are you? Are you all right? Heaven Immortal Green Peak had a terrible expression as he supported Feng Yin back to the table and asked softly. Feng Yin took out a few bottles from his storage bag and consumed more than 10 elixir pills in one go. His expression softened slightly as he stabilized his injuries. I'm fine. Feng Yin raised his head slightly and looked at the figure on the green stone battlefield with a cold gaze as he spat out 2 words. What happened? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked, why did your hurricane catastrophe suddenly disappear? Can you tell the origin of that dharmic seal? Although he was a Heaven Immortal expert, his knowledge and judgment might not be superior to Feng Yin. I'm not sure either. Feng Yin shook his head gently. That dharmic seal should be from the Buddhist monasteries. I've never seen it before. For some reason, the moment the dharmic seal made contact with the hurricane catastrophe, it dissipated on the spot. The change happened too quickly and he could not react in time given the circumstances. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo released a supreme divine power to fight against hurricane catastrophe, there would be a violent collision. Both parties might be forced back the aftershock of the divine powers. However, the moment the hurricane catastrophe made contact with the dharmic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, everything vanished silently without any warning or energy fluctuation. That was the reason why Su Zimo could reach Feng Yin without any resistance and release his killing move. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo gradually recovered his essence chi stamina. He sensed the shock, admiration, jealousy, coldness and various complicated gazes around him, but his heart was calm. He had not won this battle easily. If he had not used the secret skill of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the impermanence seal, at the end, the outcome of this battle would have been unpredictable. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Everything in the world was impermanent and cycled between the phases of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. For example, all living beings were born from the initial intersection of yin and yang as well as the interweaving of heaven and earth. That created life. Once one's body was complete, that created residency. As they gradually age, that created dissonance. Eventually, at the end of their lifespans, destruction was created. Even the supreme divine power, hurricane catastrophe, released by Feng Yin could not escape the changes of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. When Feng Yin circulated his spirit consciousness and condensed the technique, life was created. When the hurricane catastrophe took form, residency was created. When divine powers howled, regardless of whether its strength increased or weakened, dissonance was created. No matter what sort of divine power it was, the moment it dissipated was destruction. Everything and all changes were impermanent. The fastest changes often came from the mind. Life and destruction occurred between instances. When the impermanence seal conjured by Su Zimo came into contact with the hurricane catastrophe, life, residency, dissonance, and destruction were decided with a single thought from here. Therefore, the moment that supreme divine power was formed, it was dissipated by the supreme might contained in the impermanence seal. According to Heavenly Wolf, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. Up till this point of its cultivation, a dharmic seal recorded in it had indeed displayed an extremely terrifying might. Although that secret skill did not consume much of the essence spirit, it could neutralize supreme divine powers. The ranking battle for the Earth ranking is over. Right then, perfected Immortal Xieling's voice sounded as he said slowly, next, I'll announce the ranking of this Earth ranking. Top of the Earth ranking, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo, splash. As Xieling's voice sounded, a gigantic ranking list appeared in midair and fell. On the first row was a line of words, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo. That line of words represented the supreme glory of the Earth Immortals. Second on the Earth ranking, Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin. Third on the Earth ranking. Xieling paused for a moment and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy before saying, third on the Earth ranking. Although the few of us argued, we eventually decided on Heaven and Earth Academy, Liu Ping. Heaven and Earth Academy occupied 2 of the top 3 of the Earth ranking. Chapter 2258, 2258 Spirit Consonance Art. 2258 Spirit Consonance Art. Yu Feng was 4th on the Earth ranking. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was 6th. As Xieling finished reading the names of the 100 Earth Immortals, the gigantic Earth ranking was filled with names. The line of words at the top of the ranking shone with a golden light and was the most dazzling. From this day forth, the name list of the Earth ranking would spread through the divine firmament immortal domain in various forms. The 10,000-year meet has ended. Everyone, please disperse and rest first. Xieling declared loudly. 3 days later, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking will return and accept your rewards. Su Zimo, follow me. Xieling looked at Su Zimo on the greenstone battlefield and nodded slightly. Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. The rewards for the top of the Earth ranking were the most generous and were different from everyone else on the Earth ranking. Among them, the most important thing was that the top of the Earth ranking could choose a cultivation technique secret skill and a heaven-grade dharmic treasure from the library and armory of the Yangyang Palace. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo followed Xieling in a flash. Many cultivators and factions in the square dispersed as well. The 10,000-year meet had already ended. Apart from sects and factions that had cultivators in the Earth ranking, most of them chose to return home. Su Zimo followed behind Xieling and headed into the depths of the Yangyang Palace. The decorations of the Yangyang Palace were rather particular. Be it flowers, trees, or architectural style, they exuded the power of flames. That included the stone slabs beneath Su Zimo's feet. Every single slab was burned red. If one's cultivation realm was not high enough, it would be impossible for them to enter and exit the Yangyang Palace freely. Your performance this time round has truly broadened my horizons. Without turning back, Xieling suddenly praised, given your talent and potential, your future accomplishments are limitless. Your Highness, you're too kind. Su Zimo replied. Xieling continued, you're from the same sect as Scarlet Rainbow. The fact that you've experienced such changes in the 9 heavens can be considered as a trial and tribulation. Why don't you explore Heaven and Earth Academy more from now on? It was clear from Xieling's words that he was trying to rope Su Zimo in. Su Zimo replied with a smile without saying anything more. Before long, Xieling brought Su Zimo to a pavilion with 3 floors. There were 2 armored guards guarding the entrance of the pavilion. They were expressionless and had sinister gazes. Their cultivation realms were already at the Heaven Immortal realm. Go on in. This is the library of the Yangyang Palace. You're not allowed to borrow the ancient books on level 3. Apart from those, you're free to browse through the other cultivation techniques and secret skills. Xieling said, I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, no matter what cultivation technique you choose, you'll be forcefully sent out. All right. Su Zimo nodded. He was not surprised about that. He was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy after all and was considered an outsider. No matter how great the rewards of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom were, there was no way he would allow Su Zimo to cultivate the many secret skills of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. There was a high chance that level 3 of this library contained many secret skills exclusive to the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo entered the library and took a deep breath. He went straight to level 2 and took a casual spin before heading northwest. When he left the square, Xie Qingcheng sent him a voice transmission and instructed him that there were a few precious cultivation techniques and secret skills in the northwest direction of level 2. He might as well take a look there first. The library was huge and had many books. If Su Zimo were to browse through them one by one, he might not even be able to browse through all the books on level 1 within a month, let alone 2 hours. Arriving at the northwest direction of the library, Su Zimo saw a few rows of bookshelves and casually took out an ancient book, Falling Dust Heavenly Thunder Hands. He flipped through a few pages and shook his head gently before putting it back. This was a cultivation technique related to thunder. Su Zimo merely browsed through a few pages and determined that the power of this cultivation technique could not compare to the Void Thunder Manual at all. Su Zimo took out another book and took a rough look at it. It was the Blazing Sun Brightness True Sutra. This cultivation technique was rather domineering. In the Earth ranking battle, he had seen Xie Yun release it before, but it was destroyed by Liu Ping. Su Zimo placed the cultivation technique back and continued browsing. Unknowingly, an hour had passed and Su Zimo had read dozens of cultivation techniques and secret skills. The might of those cultivation techniques and secret skills was indeed extraordinary. However, even if he cultivated them, it would not increase his combat strength significantly. Actually, those cultivation techniques and secret skills were top-tier cultivation techniques for any Earth Immortal. However, after Suzumo ascended to the upper world, he cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Coupled with cultivation techniques such as the Pankadi Dao Fire, Heaven and Earth-slaying sword arts and exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, he was not interested in the ancient books earlier on. 2 hours were about to pass. Suzumo was flipping through a copy of Flame Dragon Windfire. If there was no better choice, he would choose this cultivation technique. Suddenly, an ancient yellow paper floated down from the interlayer of Flame Dragon Windfire. Suzumo frowned slightly and picked up the yellow paper. Spirit Consonance Art. 3 words were written at the top of the yellow paper. Suzumo took a rough look and saw that it described a rather unorthodox secret skill. It was originally created by a Dao couple. The two of them cultivated this cultivation technique at the same time and could communicate telepathically. Their chemistry was seamless when they joined forces against enemies. Suzumo was not interested in joining forces with others against enemies. However, the state described in the Spirit Consonance Art caused him to fall into deep thought. As described in the Spirit Consonance Art, if 2 people cultivated to the peak and were telepathic and had chemistry, as long as both parties circulated their secret skills at the same time, they would reach a state of seeing what the other saw. In other words, even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, one of them could see the situation on the other side through the other's eyes. Suzumo vaguely realized that this secret skill might be useful to the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, he could not think of an exact scenario yet. No matter what, the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body would definitely require less effort to cultivate the Spirit Consonance Art. The 2 true bodies came from the same origin to begin with. Although they were independent, they were telepathic. However, up till now, the connection between the 2 true bodies was still limited to telepathy and could not reach the state of seeing what the other saw. 2 hours have passed. Suddenly, Xieling's voice sounded in Suzumo's mind. Suzumo had already made up his mind. He held the Spirit Consonance Art in his hands and in a flash, he was enveloped by a powerful force and arrived outside the library. Xieling glanced at the yellow paper in Suzumo's hands and asked in surprise, "You want to choose this secret skill? Is there anything wrong with this secret skill?" Suzumo asked. "Not really." Xieling shook his head. "However, this secret skill is a little useless. Apart from the Dao couple who created it, no one else had cultivated it. This secret skill requires both parties to have implicit trust and telepathy. That fact alone is something that not many people can do. No matter how close 2 people were, as long as they had any sliver of doubt in their hearts, this secret skill would be worthless." Suzumo smiled and did not explain. Naturally, such a problem would not happen to the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body. Chapter 2259, 2259 Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. 2259 Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. Using his spirit consciousness, Xieling copied the Spirit Consonance Art onto a jade scroll and handed it to Suzumo. Thereafter, he brought Suzumo to the armory of the Yangyang Palace. As the top of the Earth ranking, you can choose any weapon in the armory. A meaningful smile appeared on Xieling's face. This armory is filled with heaven-grade dharmic treasures and there are even carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasures. The time is still 2 hours. As for whether you can obtain them, that will depend on your luck and opportunities. Suzumo nodded and entered the armory. The moment he stepped through the door, it was as though he had entered another space. His surroundings were scarlet and burning with an extremely high temperature. Right then, streaks of flames sped towards Suzumo. Suzumo reached out and grabbed a flame. The flare revealed its true form. It was a supreme-grade flying sword and its quality was not bad. The flames were all divine weapons and dharmic treasures. Suzumo released his grip and the flying sword transformed into a streak of flames, disappearing into the void behind him. It was no wonder why Xieling said that luck and opportunities are required to obtain a carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasure. Suzumo murmured softly. The flames before him streaked through the air densely, and there was no way to detect what divine weapons and dharmic treasures were nurtured in the flames. Everywhere Susimo looked, there were thousands of flames. If he wanted to find a carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasure by searching one after another, he would have to rely on luck. As Susimo advanced, he grabbed the flames around him and checked out the dharmic treasures inside. Superior grade, thrown away. Supreme grade, thrown away. Perfect grade. Susimo hesitated for a moment before throwing it away. By the time he broke through to the heaven immortal realm, a perfect heaven-grade dharmic treasure would not be able to match his grade 11 green lotus true body. Another streak of flames floated over. Just as it was about to reach Susimo, it seemed to have sensed something and changed its trajectory, floating in another direction. Susimo's eyes lit up. In a flash, he arrived beside the flame and grabbed it. It was a jade bracelet that burned with thin flames that coiled around it in an extremely extraordinary manner. Carnate grade. Susimo was delighted. In less than 15 minutes, he found a carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasure. Just as he was about to exit the armory, his heart skipped a beat and he turned to look. In a flame not far away, his essence spirit sensed a familiar aura. Susimo hesitated for a moment and went forward to grab the flame. It was a scarlet fan with 7 transparent bones. Every single section of the fan was red without any feathers of other colors. However, the fan was dim and there were clear cracks on the bones, as though it was severely injured. The reason why Susimo felt a familiar aura from the fan was because the material used to make it came from the divine phoenix race. Susimo channeled his spirit consciousness. Sensing the power of the dragon phoenix in his essence spirit, the fan gradually glowed red and intensified, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. This is it. Susimo was relieved. This fan had a powerful background and might even be more powerful than the jade bracelet earlier on. Having made up his mind, Susimo did not linger in the armory and left without waiting for the 2-hour deadline. So fast. When Xieling saw Susimo leave the armory in less than 15 minutes, he revealed a look of surprise. However, he could not help but shake his head gently when he saw the scarlet feather fan in Susimo's hands. "Your Highness, what's the background of this fan?" Susimo noticed Xieling's expression and did not take it to heart, asking. Xieling said, "This is the 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan, made from the feather and bones of a divine phoenix." It was indeed extremely famous back then and was a 9 Tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. It's said that when this pure yang spirit treasure is pushed to its limits, it can even summon a true divine phoenix. Xieling paused for a moment and shook his head with a regretful expression. Unfortunately, this 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan was severely injured in a huge battle back then. The spirit consciousness within dissipated and its cultivation realm fell. Right now, it can only be considered as a heaven-grade dharmic treasure. You made your selection way too hastily for this rare opportunity. Susimo smiled. No matter what, this fan was a pure yang spirit treasure in the past. Even if it was severely injured, its material is extremely special. At the very least, it won't be weaker than a carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasure. You're mistaken. Xieling shook his head. If this fan wants to unleash its true power, it needs the power of the divine phoenix race to activate it. It's useless for any other living beings that obtains this dharmic treasure. Susimo, you don't know much about the 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan. It's understandable. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Enter the armory and make a new choice. This time round, you have to be more careful and cautious. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. Susimo cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to choose anymore. I'll choose this feather fan." When Xieling saw Susimo's determination, he did not persuade him further and nodded. Since that's the case, return to the palace to rest. Gather in the square of the Yangyang Palace 3 days later. Farewell. Susimo bid farewell and returned to the palace residence of Heaven and Earth Academy. Those ranked in the Earth ranking could even obtain a huge opportunity in the Yangyang Palace. There was an ancient parasol tree in the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. Cultivators on the Earth ranking had the chance to cultivate under the parasol tree for a period of time. Beneath the parasol tree, heaven and earth essence chi was exuberant, and one would require less effort to cultivate. A single year was equivalent to 1,000 years. Every time earth-ranking cultivators cultivated beneath the parasol tree, there would be paragons who broke through on the spot and entered the heaven immortal realm. Those who could be ranked on the earth ranking were monster incarnates among earth immortals, and almost all of them had cultivated to the peak of grade 9. After the baptism of life and death in the 9 heavens elimination round and the consecutive battles of the ranking battle, the bottlenecks of these earth immortals would have been loosened, and they merely lacked an opportunity. The cultivation beneath the parasol tree was this opportunity. Naturally, Suzimo would not let go of this opportunity either. Right now, he was at the peak of a grade 8 earth immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to grade 9 soon. He wanted to make good use of the opportunity to cultivate beneath the parasol tree to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Suzimo returned to the Palace of Heaven and Earth Academy and summoned the martial Tao prime body in his heart to impart the spirit consonance art. It was not difficult to cultivate that secret skill. Given the talent of the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body, they cultivated it in just 3 days. He wanted to make good use of the opportunity to cultivate beneath the parasol tree to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Suzimo returned to the Palace of Heaven and Earth Academy and summoned the martial Tao prime body in his heart to impart the spirit consonance art. It was not difficult to cultivate that secret skill. Given the talent of the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body, they cultivated it in just 3 days. Chapter 2260, 2260 Parasol Tree Secret Ground. 2260 Parasol Tree Secret Ground. Yangyang Palace, Imperial Wind Temple's palace residence. After 3 days, Feng Yin's complexion had changed drastically. His face was rosy and the hole in his chest had long healed. His body's recovery capabilities were shocking. The physique and blood chi of someone who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon was naturally not to be underestimated. It was only because he encountered Suzimo's green lotus true body that Feng Yin was suppressed so badly and encountered his greatest setback since his reincarnation. Right then, Heaven Immortal Green Peak walked in from outside. When he saw Feng Yin's rosy face, he nodded slightly. "You seem to be fine now, senior brother Feng Yin." "I see." The depths of Feng Yin's eyes were dark, as though he had yet to break free from his defeat for the top of the earth ranking. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, he was defeated in front of countless cultivators. This was an unacceptable humiliation for him. "Don't worry, senior brother," Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. "From what I know, Suzimo is in trouble and will most likely not be able to return to Heaven and Earth Academy alive." "Oh." Feng Yin's eyes lit up as he asked, "What happened?" Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Suzimo spoke rudely of the Zither Immortal in front of everyone and even declared that he wanted her to accompany him. That's equivalent to having a death wish. The Zither Immortal is extremely famous in Divine Firmament Mainland and has countless followers and admirers. Even without her personally appearing, there will naturally be people who will settle Suzimo in order to please her." Pausing for a moment, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "From what I know, a prince of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom has admired the Zither Immortal for a long time." "What's his cultivation realm?" Feng Yin asked. "Grade 9 Heaven Immortal," Heaven Immortal Green Peak replied. "What can a grade 9 Heaven Immortal prince do?" Feng Yin was a little disappointed. The elders sent by Heaven and Earth Academy this time round are all grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Could he bypass all the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and kill Suzimo directly? Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled. "This prince is not simple. He rules over Spirit Cloud County of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom and has hundreds of cities under him. He is extremely powerful and influential among the many princes of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom as well. As for how to deal with Suzimo, senior brother, don't forget, this is the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom after all. It's his territory." When he heard that, Feng Yin's eyes lit up and his lips curled with a look of anticipation. This day, the 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking gathered on the square once more. After 3 days of recuperation, most Earth Immortals had already recovered to their original states. Xieling stood at the highest point and said in a deep voice, "This time round, everyone will be heading to a secret ground in the Yangyang Palace. Even those of the royal family can't cultivate casually inside." Over the past few days, through Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Su Zimo gained some understanding of this secret ground. This secret ground was set up by the Yangyang Immortal King personally. The core of the secret ground was an ancient parasol tree that was said to be older than the Yangyang Immortal King. In the upper world, there was a powerful world called the Parasol Tree World. In this world, the most common flora and fauna were the ancient parasol trees. The living beings that ruled over this world were the divine phoenixes. That was the reason why there were all sorts of rumors in the upper world that phoenixes only resided in parasol trees. The parasol tree was a royalty of the trees. No birds would dare to roost nor would living beings dare to enter. In the heavenly world, there was only a single stalk of it in the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. The secret ground did not have much space. Coupled with the presence of the ancient parasol tree, the heaven and earth essence chi in the secret ground was extremely rich after years of consolidation. Therefore, there was a legend that a year was worth 1,000 years of effort cultivating in this parasol tree secret ground. Of course, as Xieling had said, even the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom could not cultivate casually inside. The heaven and earth essence chi in the parasol tree secret ground would only accumulate to a certain level after it was sealed for about 10,000 years for cultivators to cultivate. As for cultivators, after cultivating inside for a period of time, the heaven and earth essence chi in the parasol tree secret ground would gradually thin and be no different from the outside world. At that time, there would no longer be a need for them to cultivate within. As such, the parasol tree secret ground would be sealed once more. Xieling raised his voice. "Everyone, according to the order of your ranking on the earth ranking, the time you can cultivate in the parasol tree secret ground is different as well. The top of the earth ranking can cultivate for a full 100 days in the parasol tree secret ground. The second on the earth ranking can cultivate for 99 days inside and so on. The last on the earth ranking can only cultivate for a day inside." Even so, the cultivator at the bottom of the earth ranking was delighted. Although he could only cultivate for a day, that day was equivalent to dozens of years of cultivation. "Your Highness, will there be any danger in the parasol tree secret ground?" Right then, a childish voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw a child around 9 years old wearing a green shirt. His face was flushed and he had a few small pigtails that swayed slightly. It was Liu Ping of Heaven and Earth Academy. Third on the earth ranking this time round. "Don't worry, your senior sister here will protect you." Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved her hand and rubbed Liu Ping's head, speaking as though she was coaxing a child. Everyone chuckled as well. Xieling burst into laughter and shook his head. "Everyone, you don't have to worry about that. The parasol tree secret ground is a cultivation secret ground and there's no danger. However, the power contained by the ancient parasol tree is extremely immense. The closer it is to the ancient tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi. However, it also means that the essence chi is even more berserk and difficult to absorb and refine. Everyone, do your best." Everyone agreed. "Everyone, just hang this badge on your waists." Xieling waved his hand and 100 badges landed accurately in front of many cultivators on the earth ranking. Each badge had a number written on it that corresponded to the time that each cultivator could cultivate in the parasol tree secret ground. Xieling said, "Once the time is up, this badge will naturally take you guys away from the parasol tree secret ground." Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at Su Zimo and the others and smiled. "Go on, we'll meet again 100 days later. I hope that all of you will be able to break through by then." The rewards for the Earth ranking had already been distributed to everyone. For people like Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping who had already cultivated to the peak of Grade 9 Earth Immortal and could cultivate in the Parasol Tree Secret Ground for more than 90 days, as long as they consumed the Parasol Tree Elixir, they would most likely be able to break through to the Heaven Essence realm and become Heaven Immortals. "Elder," he said, "Zimo, you don't have to feel any pressure. It's fine as long as you can break through to become a Grade 9 Earth Immortal." Su Zimo's situation was different. After all, He was only a grade 8 Earth Immortal. If he cultivated in the Parasol Tree secret ground, it would not be a problem for him to break through to grade 9 in 100 days and stabilize his cultivation realm. However, it was almost impossible for him to advance further. After all, time was too short. Everyone followed Xie Ling to the southernmost part of the Yangyang Palace and stopped at the foot of a mountain. There was a gigantic cave at the foot of the mountain that was pitch black. On both sides of the cave, 2 armored Heaven Immortal experts guarded. Arriving here, Xie Ling channeled his spirit consciousness and tapped his finger gently, sending a few spirit lights into the cave not far away. Right on the heels of that, a screen appeared at the entrance of the cave, rippling like a water barrier. "Everyone, go on in," Xie Ling said. "After your cultivation is over, the palace guards will naturally take you away. We'll bid farewell here." With that said, Xie Ling waved his sleeves and left in a flash, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. Chapter 2261, 2261 Breakthroughs. 2261 Breakthroughs. Now that the 10,000-year meet was over, there was naturally no way Xie Ling would stand guard here. Therefore, he left. Su Zimo and the others passed through the water barrier in front of the cave and entered the Parasol Tree secret ground as well. At the same time, in the capital of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, an ordinary carriage drove in slowly. "Your Highness, aren't you going to inform the other princes now that you've returned to the palace?" The driver of the carriage looked to be old and his beard was grayish-white. Although the driver did not send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, his voice seemed to have converged into a line that entered the carriage without spreading out at all. The surrounding crowd did not hear anything either. In the carriage sat a young man with a graceful bearing and a dignified aura. However, he did not move at all and exuded the might of someone who had been in power for a long time. However, the young man's lips were extremely thin and coupled with his aquiline nose, his features looked sinister and cold. "There's no need," the young man replied indifferently. "It's just a small matter of returning to the palace. There's no need to alarm others." Without saying anything more, the driver rode on the ordinary-looking carriage and gradually disappeared into the crowd. The moment Su Zimo and the others entered the secret ground, they felt a heatwave surge towards them. It was unbearable and suffocating. It felt a little like the raging flame world of level 1 of the 9 heavens. However, everyone quickly sensed that the surrounding heatwave contained a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi that was far beyond their imagination. In the middle of the secret ground, there was a gigantic tree with a massive trunk that required dozens of people to surround. Every single leaf was more than enough to fit a palace. "Is this the ancient Parasol Tree?" Liu Ping raised his head with deep shock in his eyes. Although the leaves of the ancient Parasol Tree were emerald green, if one focused their gaze, they could see that every single leaf burned with fine flame. There were already cultivators who could not wait to find a spot to cultivate. Time was precious. Even Su Zimo only had 100 days of cultivation in the Parasol Tree secret ground. The closer you get to the Parasol Tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi will be. Princess Scarlet Rainbow secretly sent a voice transmission to many of her fellow sect mates from Heaven and Earth Academy using her spirit consciousness. Everyone advanced one after another and tried to approach the ancient Parasol Tree. Indeed, the closer to the ancient Parasol Tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi that could be sensed. However, the searing energy contained by every single wisp of heaven and earth essence chi became increasingly terrifying and many cultivators could not withstand it at all. Before long, everyone found a suitable spot for themselves. The furthest distance from the Parasol Tree was more than 1,000 feet. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was on the closer end and she was around 200 feet away from the Parasol Tree. To begin with, she cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques that were closer to the aura of the Parasol Tree. As such, she had better endurance. Apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Feng Yin and Liu Ping were the closest at less than 100 feet away from the ancient Parasol Tree. It was not hard to understand why Feng Yin could reach this point. However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Ping was comparable to Feng Yin. Liu Ping inherited the body of the gigantic willow and possessed a tremendous amount of life force. Coupled with the fact that he was a flora living being like the parasol tree, that was the reason why he could cultivate here. Right then, a figure passed Feng Yin and Liu Ping and approached the parasol tree. Su Zimo. Feng Yin looked at that figure with a dark gaze. But soon, as though he recalled something, he sneered and ignored Su Zimo, continuing with his cultivation. Su Zimo arrived beneath the ancient parasol tree and closed his eyes to sense. The heaven and earth essence chi here was the richest, most searing and berserk. If it was drawn into his body, the destructive power would be shocking. However, it was nothing to the green lotus true body. Su Zimo leaped and landed gently on a gigantic parasol tree leaf. His body was bathed in flames as he began to absorb and refine heaven and earth essence chi, prepared to break through to become a grade 9 earth immortal. A day passed. The cultivator at the bottom of the earth ranking did not break through. The badge on his body shone and he left the parasol tree secret ground regrettably. 2 days passed. 10 days passed. Boom. A vibration sounded from a leaf of the parasol tree as an incomparably powerful aura burst forth and surged into the skies. Although Su Zimo was still in a lotus position, his cultivation realm had already crossed to the level 9 earth essence realm. At the same time, his essence spirit broke through to become a grade 2 heaven immortal. In just 10 days, Su Zimo had already made a breakthrough. Everything happened naturally without any obstacles. Boom. Right then, a vibration sounded not far away from the ancient parasol tree. Ah! Someone stood up and roared into the skies. His black hair danced wildly and he was filled with an extremely powerful and violent aura that had already surpassed the earth essence realm. Feng Yin had broken through and entered the heaven essence realm, becoming a heaven immortal. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, Feng Yin was indeed extraordinarily strong. If he had not encountered Su Zimo who appeared out of nowhere, he would not have ended in such a crushing defeat. Although it seemed difficult to reincarnate and restart the entire cultivation process, his memories recovered more as his cultivation realm increased. With the memories of his previous life, there were many times when bottlenecks in his cultivation could be easily resolved. In that aspect, Feng Yin had a huge advantage. Among the 100 Earth ranking paragons, Su Zimo was the first to break through while Feng Yin was the first to break through to become a heaven immortal. After breaking through that barrier, Feng Yin's essence spirit, blood chi, essence chi, and everything else evolved. His injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The regeneration capabilities of heaven immortals were even stronger than earth immortals. Feng Yin sneered and walked towards the ancient parasol tree. When he was a grade 9 earth immortal, he could only cultivate at that spot. Now that he was already a heaven immortal, his endurance was even stronger and he could come to the parasol tree directly to cultivate. Feng Yin, what are you doing? Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked nervous when she saw that. She was afraid that Feng Yin would attack Su Zimo in the parasol tree secret ground after his breakthrough. Feng Yin sneered without saying anything. He truly had no such intention. Firstly, even though he was now a heaven immortal, he did not have absolute confidence of killing Su Zimo, a grade 9 earth immortal, here. Right now, Su Zimo was in his peak condition. The methods that Su Zimo displayed in the earth ranking competition made Feng Yin extremely wary. Unless he was confident of victory, he would definitely not attack Su Zimo rashly. Furthermore, there was no need for him to do anything in the parasol tree secret ground this time round. There would naturally be someone who would help him kill Su Zimo. When she saw Feng Yin sitting on another leaf of the parasol tree without any activity, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was relieved. On the other side, Su Zimo's expression was calm and he did not even open his eyes. If Feng Yin truly dared to attack him, he would not mind killing a second reincarnated perfected immortal. Time passed by and on the 40th day, Liu Ping broke through and became a heaven immortal. On the 48th day, Yu Feng broke through. On the 66th day, Princess Scarlet Rainbow broke through. After Su Zimo broke through to become a grade 9 earth immortal, his cultivation was still increasing rapidly. However, at this level, it was difficult to break through and advance without thousands or tens of thousands of years of accumulation. 100 days was still too short. Chapter 2262 Parasol Tree Formation. 2262 Parasol Tree Formation. As time passed by, the number of cultivators in the parasol tree secret ground decreased. By the 100th day, Suzimo was the only one left in the parasol tree secret ground, sitting on a parasol tree leaf. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was still waiting quietly not far away from the cave, prepared to leave together after Suzimo came out of seclusion. The strange thing was that Feng Yin did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat not far away with his eyes closed, seemingly waiting for something. Right then, a young man in brocade robes walked over slowly from afar and arrived before the cave before long. Xie Tianhong. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that person, she frowned slightly and murmured, "Isn't he presiding over Spirit Cloud County? Why did he suddenly return to the palace?" "Greetings, Your Highness Tianhong." The two guards at the entrance bowed to the young man in brocade robes. Expressionlessly, Xie Tianhong suddenly sent a voice transmission to the two guards with his spirit consciousness, "Activate the parasol tree formation." Parasol tree formation? The two guards were slightly stunned. There was an extremely terrifying formation in the parasol tree secret ground. With the parasol tree as the foundation, the formation would activate the Sun Essence Fire, Extreme Yin Essence Fire and Earth Core Fire to nourish the parasol tree. In fact, divine phoenixes would even appear. Initially, the purpose of the formation was to nurture the ancient parasol tree. Under normal circumstances, the ancient parasol tree was only suitable to survive in the parasol tree world. The environment there was extremely cruel for most living beings and they could not survive at all. However, it was the most suitable for the parasol tree to grow. It was not easy to create a secret ground suitable for the ancient parasol tree to survive. That was the reason for the formation's existence. The entire parasol tree secret ground would turn into a mini parasol tree world. At that time, all living beings around the ancient parasol tree other than the divine phoenixes would be erased by the power of the secret ground. One of the guards looked troubled and said instinctively, "Your Highness, there's only a day left." "There's another." Before he could finish, he noticed Xie Tianhong smirking and his pupils constricted with a strange black glow. When they noticed the black light, the eyes of the two guards gradually turned black. "Activate the parasol tree formation now." Xie Tianhong's bewitching voice sounded in the minds of the two guards once more, as though it was deeply rooted and they could not reject it. "Brother Tianhong, why are you here?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow sensed that something was amiss and walked over, asking with a frown. Xie Tianhong turned around and looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow who was not far away. He smiled and said, "I heard that you did well in the Earth ranking, so I rushed back to take a look." Xie Tianhong presided over Spirit Cloud County all year round and rarely returned to the palace. As such, Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not have a deep impression of him. Although the two of them had the same father, they had different mothers and rarely interacted with one another. Therefore, their feelings for one another were not deep. Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not believe a single word Xie Tianhong said. Right then, two guards not far away suddenly channeled their spirit consciousnesses wildly and conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending essence chi into the water barrier of the cave. "Activate!" The two guards shouted right on the heels of that. A violent bang sounded from the cave and the entire mountain peak shook slightly, as though something huge had happened inside. Xie Tianhong smirked. When the parasol tree formation was activated, the endless Sun Essence Fire, Extreme Yin Essence Fire and Earth Core Fire fused into the secret ground. Earth Immortals could not withstand it at all. If divine phoenixes appeared, even grade 9 Heaven Immortals would be burned to ashes upon entering the secret ground. All foreign living beings around the ancient parasol tree would have to endure the ferocious attacks of the divine phoenixes and nobody would be spared. In the parasol tree secret ground, Suzimo was focused on cultivating when he sensed something. Opening his eyes, he saw that the world in the secret ground was undergoing a huge change and phenomenons were appearing. The ground of the secret ground cracked continuously with scarlet cracks surfacing. Although the cracks looked random, when they were connected, They exuded a mysterious aura and scorching lava surged continuously within. At the same time, a fire rain descended from the skies. In the parasol tree secret ground, flames burned furiously and were ubiquitous. The temperature of the place rose rapidly and surpassed the limits of the green lotus true body before long. Phew! The badge on Suzimo's waist burned rapidly and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The skin of the green lotus true body could not withstand it either and was burned yellow and cracked. Before blood could flow out, it evaporated instantly. Array formation? Suzimo swept his gaze across the cracks on the ground and could tell what was going on right away. Someone was activating the formation of the parasol tree secret ground outside, wanting to kill him. Screech! Screech! Right then, two clear and loud phoenix cries sounded. Right on the heels of that, endless lava gathered and transformed into a pair of male and female divine phoenixes in midair. They charged towards Suzimo with an incomparably scorching aura. All beings had to retreat in the face of the divine phoenixes perching on the parasol tree. That thought flashed through Suzimo's mind and he instantly realized where the killing intent of the two divine phoenixes was. Suzimo had a fearless expression and channeled his essence spirit, releasing a life force that seemed to have come from the ancient era that surpassed the divine phoenixes. In the face of that aura, even the divine phoenixes had to bow down. That was the aura of the taboo dragon phoenix. The moment the divine phoenixes arrived, they stopped in their tracks and hesitated, as though they sensed something. They circled around Suzimo and danced up and down. Even the divine phoenixes conjured by the parasol tree formation had imprints of the divine phoenix race from the depths of their souls. In their memories, living beings that could emit such an aura were existences that surpassed them and were supreme. The divine phoenixes were a little cautious and confused as they circled around Suzimo to test the waters. Although the divine phoenixes did not make any further moves, as the parasol tree formation was completely activated, the sun essence fire, extreme yin essence fire and earth core fire surged into the secret ground continuously and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The green lotus true body could no longer withstand it. Even if the divine phoenixes did not attack further, he would die here. However, at the same time, the sun essence fire, extreme yin essence fire and earth core fire carried an unimaginable amount of heaven and earth essence chi. All the essence chi surged into Suzimo's body and the green lotus true body was about to explode. Although the regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body were strong, he could not withstand such a tremendous power. Right then, a thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. Suddenly, he took out the piece of Jupiter wood he had obtained in the 9 heavens and absorbed it wildly. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least dozens of years for the green lotus true body to absorb and refine the Jupiter wood. But now, under the stimulation of external forces, if the green lotus true body wanted to hold on, he would have to absorb the power of Jupiter wood wildly to accelerate his body's expenditure to defend against the high temperature of the secret ground. The life force in Jupiter wood was decreasing at a visible speed. In fact, the absorption process of the green lotus true body was already a little violent and terrifying. Not only was he absorbing the Jupiter wood, even the life force of the parasol tree was being absorbed as well. Chapter 2263 Suspicion. 2263 Suspicion. Deep in the Yangyang Palace, outside the secret ground. Parasol tree formation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow exclaimed in shock when she sensed the energy fluctuation released by the cave. What's going on? Liu Ping and the others ran over with bewildered expressions. What are you guys doing? Right then, Xie Tianhong's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he hollered at the two guards not far away. The black light in the eyes of the two guards dissipated and they suddenly shuddered, waking up. Sensing the fluctuation from the parasol tree secret ground, their faces turned pale as they finally realized what had happened. However, the parasol tree formation had already been activated and the two of them could not close it given their capabilities. Aye. One of the guards looked at Xie Tianhong as though he wanted to explain something. Xie Tianhong interrupted coldly, the two of you have ulterior motives. How dare you activate the parasol tree formation in advance and commit such a grave crime? Before his sentence was finished, Xie Tianhong suddenly reached out and flicked the foreheads of 2 guards with his slender fingers. A faint scratch appeared on the foreheads of the 2 guards and blood oozed out gradually, growing larger. Finally, the foreheads of the 2 guards slid down neatly. Both of their heads were sliced into 2 by Xie Tianhong casually, and their essence spirits died on the spot without a chance to escape. The 2 guards were also grade 9 heaven immortals and had not expected Xie Tianhong to suddenly attack them with such ferocity. If I don't kill the 2 of you, how will the Yang Immortal Kingdom account to Heaven and Earth Academy? Xie Tianhong looked at their corpses and said coldly. This change happened extremely suddenly and Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others were stunned. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow reacted quickly. She looked at Xie Tianhong deeply before saying as she sped towards the palace, I'll go look for the others. Liu Ping, hurry and inform Elder Zhong and the others to come over. The sudden activation of the parasol tree formation was indeed done by the 2 guards. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was no fool. She could tell that there was definitely something else. Xie Tianhong's appearance was way too coincidental. The moment he appeared, the 2 guards activated the formation. Thereafter, Xie Tianhong killed the 2 of them on the spot. Rather than giving Heaven and Earth Academy an explanation, it was more like killing them to silence them. Xie Tianhong had an indifferent expression and smiled. He did not stop Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others from leaving. Even if someone came and closed the parasol tree formation, Su Zimo would have turned into ashes a long time ago. Actually, there were many ways for him to kill Su Zimo in the territory of the Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, Su Zimo was the top of the Earth ranking after all. If he killed openly, on the one hand, it would attract the hostility of Heaven and Earth Academy. On the other hand, he would also be criticized by everyone. If he killed silently, it would be difficult for him to reveal his methods and he would not be able to seek credit from Fairy Meng Yao. Now, he had released a secret skill and killed Su Zimo in the parasol tree secret ground with the help of 2 guards. Even if anyone could see through it, they would not have any evidence and would not be able to do anything to him. However, anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that he was the one who did it. This was exactly what Xie Tianhong wanted to achieve. At that time, there could be many explanations for Su Zimo's death and he could just get someone to spread rumors everywhere without affecting the Yang Immortal Kingdom. On the other side, Feng Yin, who was initially resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sent a voice transmission to the cultivator behind him with his spirit consciousness. Su Zimo triggered the parasol tree formation and died in the parasol tree secret ground. Spread the news and let all the factions take a look. All right. The Imperial Wind Temple cultivator replied and turned to leave. Top of the Earth ranking? With a mocking expression, Feng Yin muttered to himself softly, Su Zimo, you've already become the top of the Earth ranking with the shortest lifespan in history. You're the greatest joke in history. Parasol tree formation. When Xie Qingcheng heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow's words, his expression changed as he hurriedly took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. I'm afraid a perfected immortal will be required in order to dispel the parasol tree formation. Xie Qingcheng said and sped towards the parasol tree secret ground with Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Before long, the 2 of them arrived. In that short period of time, many cultivators had already gathered outside the parasol tree secret ground. There were people from the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and various major sects and factions. The death of the top of the Earth ranking in the parasol tree secret ground was a huge matter. The cultivators who had yet to leave hurried over to watch the show. I heard that Su Zimo is dead. It's said that even Heaven Immortals won't be able to survive against the sudden activation of the parasol tree formation. He just ascended to the top of the Earth ranking. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. Many cultivators discussed softly with different expressions. When Xie Qingcheng and Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived, they pushed through the crowd and arrived at the front. Xie Qingcheng looked at the 2 guards who died tragically before turning to Xie Tianhong. What happened? For some reason, the 2 of them suddenly went crazy and activated the parasol tree formation. I didn't have time to stop them. Xie Tianhong did not even look at Xie Qingcheng. His tone was indifferent, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Suddenly went crazy. Xie Qingcheng was still staring at Xie Tianhong's face. Lowering his voice, he said slowly, "From what I know, your bewitching technique has already reached its peak." Xie Tianhong did not look at Xie Qingcheng and merely asked, "What are you trying to say?" "Tianhong, why did you suddenly return to the palace in such a secretive manner without informing anyone?" Xie Qingcheng asked again. "Why?" Xie Tianhong raised his brow slightly. "Am I supposed to report to you when I return to the palace, Xie Qingcheng?" Taking a deep breath of air, Xie Qingcheng did not get angry and continued asking, "You returned to the palace and suddenly appeared here. Thereafter, the parasol tree formation was activated. Isn't that way too coincidental? Are you suspecting me?" Finally, Xie Tianhong turned around and glared at Xie Qingcheng's beautiful face coldly. "I wouldn't dare to." Even so, Xie Qingcheng did not avoid his gaze and insisted, "I'm just asking you to explain yourself, brother Tianhong." "Me?" Xie Tianhong's expression darkened as he hollered, "Xie Qingcheng, what's your tone? Think about your background and who are you talking to? How dare an idle prince like you question me and ask me to explain myself?" The Yang Immortal King had many descendants. Although they were all princes and princesses, their statuses were worlds apart. For example, Xie Tianhong presided over Spirit Cloud County. He ruled over 5,000 kilometers of territory and had a high status. However, Xie Qingcheng was merely a prince in name. The words "your background" that Xie Tianhong mentioned stung the wound in the depths of Xie Qingcheng's heart. Instinctively, Xie Qingcheng clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. Beneath his seemingly calm expression was immense rage and hatred. As though she thought of something, Princess Scarlet Rainbow reached out and gripped Xie Qingcheng's fist gently, giving him a sense of warmth. Chapter 2264, 2264 Breakthrough. 2264 Breakthrough. Parasol Tree Secret Ground. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position on the ancient parasol tree. He was surrounded by the divine phoenixes and the heaven and earth essence chi in his body surged as his aura rose continuously. Initially, he could only cultivate to the mid-stage grade 9 earth immortal realm in 100 days. However, because of the activation of the parasol tree formation earlier on, endless heaven and earth essence chi surged into the secret ground and was absorbed and refined by the green lotus true body. Coupled with the immense power of the Jupiter wood and the ancient parasol tree, Su Zimo absorbed all their life essence. In an extremely short period of time, his cultivation realm had already reached the peak of a grade 9 earth immortal. He was only a step away from becoming a heaven immortal. Due to the augmentation of the flames of the parasol tree formation, Su Zimo had already refined the Jupiter wood completely. Even the ancient parasol tree looked a little dispirited after its life essence was drained. Of course, this ancient tree had existed for too long and the life force it nurtured was immeasurable. It would not wither just like that. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly and transformed at every moment, emitting a resplendent glow. The power in the green lotus true body was already at its limits and could no longer absorb any heaven and earth essence chi. Everything was ready except for an opportunity. Su Zimo took out the parasol tree elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it. The parasol tree elixir was refined using the leaves and fruits of the parasol tree along with many immortal herbs and spirit wood. It could greatly reduce the obstacles earth immortals encountered when breaking through to the heaven immortal realm. The moment the spirit pill entered his stomach, it exploded and turned into a scorching warm current that flowed through his limbs and bones. A tremendous amount of energy surged into his bloodline and struck the spirit platform of his consciousness, nourishing his essence spirit. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the barrier of the heavenly essence realm was extremely close, but he could not reach it. The leap from the earth essence realm to the heaven essence realm was a major cultivation realm after all. In just 100 days, Su Zimo broke through from a grade 8 earth immortal to the borders of the heaven essence realm. It was unimaginable and the difficulty was exponential. He was just a little bit away from breaking through that barrier. Right then, in his consciousness, The hell suppression tripod that had been refining a few treasures for the past few days suddenly trembled gently. The final tripod wall was completely repaired. An ancient aura emanated from the hell suppression tripod, as though it had reversed from the endless river of time and had seen through the vicissitudes. The cracks on the hell suppression tripod had already healed completely. Suzimo could clearly sense that the hell suppression tripod was different from before. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. Suddenly, the white tiger sacred soul on the fourth tripod wall opened its eyes and released a chilling killing intent that was not inferior to the heaven and earth slaying sword art. A lineage memory surged into Suzimo's mind. At the same time, golden Sanskrit words appeared on the fourth tripod wall and connected perfectly to the Sanskrit words on the other three tripod walls. The reparation of the hell suppression tripod meant that the complete Prajna Nirvana Sutra had reappeared. The golden Sanskrit words on the four walls of the hell suppression tripod seemed to have fallen off and appeared in Suzimo's consciousness. Suzimo's consciousness turned golden and shone like a sacred temple of the Buddhist monasteries. Sanskrit sounded endlessly, and there were faint phantoms of Buddhas and the cries of dragons and elephant. The endless might of the Buddhist monasteries surged within his consciousness. Suzimo could not comprehend the sutra on the fourth tripod wall within a short period of time. However, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo mystic classic after all. After it was completely recovered, the golden light that spread out from the Sanskrit surged into the green lotus essence spirit and caused a change to the creation lotus platform and green lotus true body. The green lotus true body sat on the creation lotus platform with a layer of Buddhist light around him. Wielding the Trinity auspicious jade, he lowered his head with a dignified expression. Boom! It was as though a shackle had snapped within Suzimo's body. He could clearly sense that his lifespan had increased to 300,000 years. He had broken through. Suzimo took a deep breath of air, and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence chi surged into his nose and mouth from the parasol tree secret ground, surging within the green lotus true body. With the might of the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Suzimo finally broke through the barrier and entered the heaven essence realm, becoming a grade 1 heaven immortal. At the same time, the green lotus essence spirit received the baptism of Sanskrit and was nourished by the creation lotus platform. Its cultivation realm broke through once more, and it was at the level 3 heaven essence realm. The transformation of Suzimo was not over yet. The green lotus true body absorbed a large amount of energy from the Jupiter wood and the ancient parasol tree. Coupled with the breakthrough of Suzimo's cultivation realm as well as the green lotus essence spirit realm, the green lotus true body underwent a tremendous change as well. In his consciousness, all the lotus petals on the creation lotus platform fell off and regrew, turning emerald green. After the 10th circle, the 11th circle grew and blossomed silently, revealing a flower bud that emitted endless life force and a lotus platform filled with vitality. There were already 99 lotus holes on the lotus platform. The creation lotus platform transformed as well. The green lotus true body was also breaking through and undergoing a complete transformation. Grade 11 creation green lotus. Suzimo's blood chi surged and every single inch of his skin shone with a jade green glow. He emitted a faint fragrance and his life force was immense. Even the ancient parasol tree he sat on revealed a hint of fear and did not dare to sway, afraid that it would disturb Suzimo. This opportunity was way too important for Suzimo. If not for this 10,000-year meet and the earth ranking, it would have taken him at least 1,000 years to break through to the heaven essence realm. But now, in just 100 days, he had gone from a grade 8 earth immortal to the current level 1 heaven essence realm. Even Yun Ting could not match that speed of improvement. Of course, such an opportunity was difficult to replicate and could only be chanced upon. Such an effect could not be achieved if there was even a single segment missing. If not for the sudden activation of this array formation in the parasol tree secret ground that forced Suzimo to refine the Jupiter wood and snatch the life force of the ancient parasol tree, he would have had to return to Heaven and Earth Academy and continue his seclusion before he could break through. Suzimo's breakthrough to the heaven essence realm did not merely raise his cultivation realm. The green lotus true body advanced a realm as well, and his combat strength increased exponentially. This was a complete transformation from head to toe. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid grade 11 creation green lotus. Right then, something crossed Su Zimo's mind. Under normal circumstances, after the creation green lotus grew to grade 9, there would be a huge change with every advancement and a treasure would be born. The first two were the 9 heavens living soil and Trinity auspicious jade. Both treasures were extremely powerful and mysterious for Su Zimo. He did not know what changes the green lotus true body would undergo after this transformation. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly realized that something had appeared in the hands of the green lotus essence spirit on the creation lotus platform. It was a horsetail whip with a jade green handle. It had snow-white threads that were spotless. The green lotus true body held the Trinity auspicious jade in his left hand and a horsetail whip in his right. A resplendent glow enveloped him and he was extraordinary like a god. Chapter 2265, 2265 Ashes. 2265 Ashes. In the depths of the Yangyang Palace, more and more cultivators gathered outside the Parasol Tree secret ground. Through Feng Yin, news of the change in the Parasol Tree secret ground spread through the palace at the fastest speed and attracted countless cultivators. Apart from the major sects and factions, even some of the other princes and princesses of the Yangyang Palace came over to watch the show. What's going on? I heard that the Parasol Tree formation was activated and Su Zimo died inside. Yes, this must be Tianhong's doing. Why else would he be here? Xie Qingcheng is arguing with Tianhong? Does he have a death wish? A few princes of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom conversed with their spirit consciousnesses in secret. What's going on? The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy finally arrived. They pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front. Fellow Taoists, my condolences. Xie Tianhong pretended to be sad and cupped his fists. For some reason, the two of them went crazy and activated a formation in the secret ground. By the time I attacked, it was already too late. Why did the two of them suddenly go crazy and activate the formation? The elders of the academy frowned. Although they were not present, their intuition and experience told them that something was amiss. Things were not as simple as Xie Tianhong had described. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Xie Tianhong with an unfriendly expression and clenched fists. Sensing something amiss, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy shifted their gazes towards Xie Tianhong. Xie Tianhong had a calm and fearless expression as he met the gazes of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders with a faint smile. Scarlet Rainbow, Your Highness Qingcheng, what's going on? Elder Zhong looked at Xie Qingcheng and Scarlet Rainbow and asked in a deep voice. Xie Qingcheng had a conflicted expression and opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but stopped. In the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, be it in terms of status or cultivation realm, he was way inferior compared to Xie Tianhong. Most importantly, he had no evidence. How could he accuse a prince who ruled over a territory without any evidence based on his mere guesses and suspicions? If he stood out now, there was a high chance that he would attract trouble and become the target of everyone. I suspect that it was Xie Tianhong's doing. After a long silence, Xie Qingcheng suddenly spoke in a shocking manner. This was openly accusing a high-status prince who ruled over a territory in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was a fallout between the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. More importantly, the person who died inside was the top of the Earth ranking, Su Zimo. This concerned Heaven and Earth Academy, and if this was not handled properly, there was a high chance that a rift would break out between the two factions. Xie Tianhong's expression turned cold as he said in an unfriendly tone, Xie Qingcheng, how dare you slander me? Xie Qingcheng is just a lowlife. Brother Tianhong, there's no need to stoop to his level. Not far away, another prince walked over slowly with a mocking expression. That's right. Yet another prince stood out as well. Xie Qingcheng, even if father's noble bloodline flows through your body, you can't break free from the insidious nature of a lowlife. Do you think that you're qualified to ascend the throne just because you framed brother Tianhong? You're far from that. Before Xie Tianhong even had to explain himself, other princes of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom stood out and spoke up for him. Xie Qingcheng was expressionless and his face was pale. He was a prince of the Yang Immortal Kingdom and had a noble status in the eyes of others. However, his background had always been extremely unbearable in the eyes of the royal family of the Yang Immortal Kingdom. His mother came from the lower worlds and even died for no reason. Those things had always been buried in the depths of his heart and were the deepest scars. Right now, those wounds were being reopened. Swoosh. Right then, a streak of light sped over from afar at an astonishing speed with a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, it descended. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling. When he received Xie Qingqing's messenger talisman, he rushed over right away. He had not expected such an accident to happen in that short final 100 days. What's going on? Xie Ling asked. Xie Tianhong repeated what he said earlier on. Xie Ling looked at Xie Tianhong fixedly. He was ranked second among the descendants of the Yang Immortal King and was older than many princes and princesses present. He knew everyone's temperament and actions like the back of his hand. Naturally, he could tell that things were not as simple as Xie Tianhong made it out to be. Furthermore, when he thought about how Xie Tianhong admired the zither immortal, there was a high chance that it was done by Xie Tianhong. Xie Ling remained silent. Those speculations circled through his mind, but he did not say them. For the sake of the big picture, there was indeed no need to expose this matter and let others gossip about it. Your Highness Xie Ling, please hurry and close the parasol tree formation, Elder Zhong said hurriedly when he saw Xie Ling appear. Xie Ling sighed gently and said apologetically, the parasol tree formation has been activated for a few hours now. Fellow Taoists, you should be mentally prepared. Even if Su Zimo is dead, we have to see his corpse. Elder, he said angrily. Xie Tianhong shrugged his shoulders gently and added indifferently, once the formation is activated, a grade 9 heaven immortal will have turned into ashes in an hour. You guys will be disappointed if you enter. There was no hint of apology in Xie Tianhong's tone. Instead, there was a hint of smugness. Turned into ashes without a corpse remaining. The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy dimmed in shock and anger. Your Highness Xie Ling, the Yang Immortal Kingdom has to account for this matter. Elder Zhong tried his best to suppress the grief and indignation in his heart and said in a deep voice. Isn't it enough for 2 grade 9 heaven immortals to die with him? Before Xie Ling could speak, Xie Tianhong asked instead. The 2 guards he killed earlier on had extraordinary cultivation realms as well, both of them were grade 9 heaven immortals. How is that comparable? Elder Zhong shouted angrily when he saw Xie Tianhong's nonchalant attitude. Xie Tianhong laughed and asked coolly, I've already killed the murderers on the spot. How else do you guys want us to account for things? The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were indignant but had nowhere to vent. Did they really want Xie Tianhong to die as well? Notwithstanding the fact that they did not have any evidence. Even if there was evidence, this was the Yang Immortal Kingdom and that would definitely not happen. Su Zimo has just obtained the top of the Earth ranking and helped Heaven and Earth Academy become famous in Divine Firmament mainland. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. He deserved it. He was too sharp and offended so many experts. It's already decent for him to survive till this point. Many cultivators whispered. Some of them felt pity while others gloated. So what if you obtained the top of the Earth ranking? Is it of any use if you die so quickly? The frustration in Feng Yin's heart was swept away as he thought to himself with a smile. Xie Ling sighed. I'd better turn off the parasol tree formation first. Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps Su Zimo might be blessed by the heavens. Xie Ling did not manage to finish his sentence. He knew that it was only a consolation. At the side, Xie Tianhong chuckled and shook his head. It would be a miracle if Su Zimo is still alive. Chapter 2266, 2266 Immense Benefits. 2266 Immense Benefits. Xie Ling released a massive spirit consciousness and a faint halo appeared behind his head. True essence gathered in his hands and he conjured hand seals repeatedly, entering the parasol tree secret ground. The energy fluctuation in the cave calmed down before long. Everyone, follow me. With an apologetic expression, Xie Ling sighed and led the way into the parasol tree secret ground. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy rushed in hurriedly as well. Xie Tianhong, Feng Yin and the other cultivators could not help but enter curiously. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded when they entered the parasol tree secret ground. On the gigantic ancient parasol tree, a green-robed cultivator sat on a gigantic leaf. He had refined features and Heaven and Earth essence chi surged within his body with a powerful aura. He was not dead. How was that possible? What the hell? Xie Tianhong froze for a moment. Disbelief flashed through his eyes before turning into shock, doubt, and coldness. Gradually, his expression darkened. Feng Yin's expression was terrible as well. Ha 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 ha. When everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy saw that, they burst into laughter with delighted expressions. Xie Ling heaved a sigh of relief. It was for the best that Su Zimo was safe and sound. Otherwise, who knew how much trouble would be caused? The parasol tree formation failed to kill Su Zimo. His way too lucky. Didn't Xie Tianhong say that even a grade 9 Heaven Immortal would be burned to ashes when the parasol tree formation was activated? Why? Many cultivators looked at Xie Tianhong with strange gazes. Xie Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled as well. Junior brother Su, it's great that you're fine. Right then, Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and swept his gaze across everyone's faces, pausing slightly on Xie Tianhong and Feng Yin. Everyone present had different expressions. Some were delighted, some were shocked and some were puzzled. However, only the two of them looked extremely indignant. In a flash, Su Zimo descended from the ancient parasol tree and walked over slowly. You! Right then, Xie Ling's spirit consciousness scanned Su Zimo and his pupils constricted with a look of disbelief. You've broken through to the Heaven Immortal realm? Xie Ling's words caused a huge stir in the crowd. Many cultivators released their spirit consciousnesses and scanned Su Zimo. Indeed. That's impossible. Before Su Zimo entered the parasol tree secret ground, he was clearly a grade 8 Earth Immortal. In just 100 days of cultivation, he broke through 2 cultivation realms in succession. There was even a major cultivation realm difference. Feng Yin frowned and could not help but say. Although he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, he had never seen such a cultivation speed. What sort of talent did one have to be able to reach this level? 2 cultivation realms in 100 days is probably unprecedented. Could Su Zimo be a grade 9 Earth Immortal to begin with and hit his cultivation realm? Impossible. We saw Su Zimo break through to a grade 9 Earth Immortal in the parasol tree secret ground. The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed. In everyone's hearts, this was even more shocking than Su Zimo being safe and sound in the parasol tree formation. This was beyond common sense and everyone's understanding. It was not only the cultivators present, even Xie Ling pondered for a long time before gradually accepting the truth. Zimo, what's going on? Why are you? Elder Zhong could not help but ask. Su Zimo smiled gently. Initially, I was indeed unable to break through to the Heaven Immortal realm in 100 days. However, not long ago, a formation in this secret ground suddenly activated and by some freak coincidence, helped me. I wonder who is the loyal fellow Daoist who helped me as such. Su Zimo looked at Xie Tianhong and asked with a fake smile. Feng Yin was a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple after all and most likely did not have such power in the Yang Immortal Kingdom. As for the unfamiliar man in brocade robes, he looked like he had a noble status. Although he hid it well, Su Zimo could sense a hint of hostility from this person with his spirit perception. For some reason, the 2 guards guarding this place suddenly activated the formation. They've already been killed by Tianhong. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling explained at the side. Since Su Zimo was safe and sound, he did not want this matter to expand further and pushed everything onto the 2 dead men. Oh! Su Zimo chuckled with a mocking expression. He looked at Xie Tianhong and said leisurely, if that's the case, I'll have to thank you for your help, Your Highness. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in Su Zimo's tone. Xie Tianhong knew that this matter could not be hidden at all. His gaze was cold and his tone was sinister, not concealing the killing intent in his heart at all. There's no need to thank me. We'll meet again if there's a chance in the future. Su Zimo smiled as well. If we meet again, I'll give you a huge gift. Both parties were smiling, but every single word contained a chilling killing intent. Many cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Su Zimo had just advanced to the Heaven Immortal realm, and yet, he dared to threaten Xie Tianhong. The boldness of the top of the earth ranking was indeed far superior to others. Sure. Xie Tianhong had a high status and was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Naturally, he did not take Su Zimo's threat seriously and sneered fearlessly, "I'll wait." With that said, Xie Tianhong turned to leave without any intention of lingering. If the parasol tree formation could not kill Su Zimo, he would only be embarrassing himself by staying here. With perfected immortal Xieling and many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy around, there was no way he could kill Su Zimo openly. However, this failure made Xie Tianhong even more determined to find an opportunity to kill Su Zimo in the future. Let's go too. Everyone dispersed as well. In the blink of an eye, Xieling was the only one left in the parasol tree secret ground. He looked at the ancient parasol tree and frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that the life essence in the ancient parasol tree had decreased significantly and a few leaves were slightly yellowed. Thankfully, I returned in time. Otherwise, this ancient parasol tree might not have been spared. Xieling was speechless. Su Zimo followed many cultivators of his sect to rest in the palace. After bidding farewell to Xie Qingcheng and the others, he prepared to leave the Yang Immortal Kingdom and return to Heaven and Earth Academy. This time round, Su Zimo had benefited immensely. After returning to Heaven and Earth Academy, he wanted to enter seclusion immediately and absorb as much of his gains as possible. He had obtained many cultivation resources at the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Coupled with the Dragon Divine Pill he obtained on the Dragon Abyss Star previously, it was enough for him to cultivate in seclusion. The Hell Suppression Tripod was completely repaired and the Taboo Mystic Classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was complete as well. At the end of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, there were 2 more Dharmic seals that were incomparably profound. Given his current cultivation, he could not understand them at all. However, now that the White Tiger Sacred Soul was awakened, he could cultivate the secret skill on the 4th wall that was passed down to him. There was also the 3rd treasure derived from the Grade 11 creation Green Lotus, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. The Horsetail Whip was extremely powerful and could be tough and flexible. Compared to the 9 Heavens Living Soil and Trinity Auspicious Jade, it was more suitable as an offensive Dharmic treasure. In the Parasol Tree secret ground, flames burned and divine phoenixes appeared. Su Zimo even refined the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the cracks on the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan had already healed completely. Although the Dharmic treasure had not recovered to the level of a pure Yang spirit treasure, it was already a top-tier heaven-grade Dharmic treasure. Chapter 2267, 2267 Killing Midway. 2267 Killing Midway. It had been more than 100 days since the end of the 10,000-year meet. The Battle of the Earth ranking had long spread through the Yang Immortal Kingdom and even all over Divine Firmament mainland, causing countless cultivators to discuss it fervently. When Su Zimo and the others left the Yang Immortal Kingdom and walked on the long street of the capital, they could clearly sense the excited gazes of many cultivators in the capital. Many cultivators even had looks of admiration in their eyes. "Look, that's Su Zimo. I thought that he was a malicious fiend born with 3 heads and 6 arms to be able to kill so many people. To think that he's a refined scholar. That's right. If no one mentioned it, who would have guessed that he was the top of the Earth ranking?" Many cultivators stopped in their tracks and discussed softly, looking over. Every 10,000 years, there would be a top of the Earth ranking. However, none of the predecessors could produce such shocking results and make such a name for themselves. He killed 18 peak Earth Immortals single-handedly, including a reincarnated perfected Immortal. Even after consecutive battles, he could defeat the second reincarnated perfected Immortal and obtain the top of the Earth ranking. The Battle of the Earth ranking this time round was unprecedented. I heard that Su Zimo came from an ordinary background and came from the lower worlds. So what? A group of paragons and monster incarnates of the upper world and even 2 reincarnated perfected immortals became his stepping stones. The divine firmament immortal meet is in less than 10,000 years. I wonder if he'll have a chance to be on the heaven ranking. If the heaven ranking opens up, there'll probably be another bloodbath. Yun Ting has already issued a personal challenge and there will definitely be a battle between the two of them. That battle will probably be the most eye-catching battle in the divine firmament immortal domain in hundreds of thousands of years. Fufu, Su Zimo has offended so many people. We'll see if he can survive till the divine firmament immortal meet. Someone sneered with a disdainful expression. Su Zimo listened to the clamor around him with an indifferent expression and did not take it to heart. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was smug as well. In this 10,000-year meet, Heaven and Earth Academy was in the limelight and occupied 3 spots in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo's sudden appearance shocked everyone. However, Liu Ping's meteoric rise and obtaining 3rd on the Earth ranking was a pleasant surprise. If Yi Fei had not died this time round, Heaven and Earth Academy would have been the biggest winner. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived at the teleportation formation in the capital, prepared to activate it and return to Heaven and Earth Academy. Zimo, Scarlet Rainbow, and Liu Ping, after returning to the academy, the 3 of you will follow me to meet the Grand Elder. Elder Zhong said with a smile, the 3 of you have already reached the Heaven Essence realm. You can join the inner sect now. In Heaven and Earth Academy, the promotion of cultivators and the appointment of various positions in the academy were handled by the Grand Elder. Su Zimo and the other 2 had all entered the Heaven Immortal realm in the Parasol Tree secret ground. This time round, they became famous in the Battle of the Earth ranking and it was only logical for the 3 of them to join the inner sect. As they said that, everyone stepped into the teleportation formation. The formation patterns shone bedazzlingly and a gigantic beam of light burst forth, enveloping everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. Immediately after, everyone felt a tremendous tug and disappeared from the teleportation formation. The Yang Immortal Kingdom was extremely far from Heaven and Earth Academy. However, with the teleportation formation, they could return in about dozens of breaths. Everyone shuttled through the spatial tunnel. Even for Grade 9 Heaven Immortals, they would lose their 5 senses and could not sense the passage of time. Suddenly, everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy shuddered and their 5 senses recovered. We've returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Something doesn't seem right. Where is this? Everyone looked around but could only see darkness, as though they were still in the spatial tunnel and had not left. Did something happen during the teleportation process? Elder Zhong frowned and murmured. Could the teleportation formation have been destroyed? Su Zimo asked. No. Elder Zhong shook his head. Under normal circumstances, the teleportation formation had already been activated successfully and everyone had entered the spatial tunnel. Even if someone destroyed the teleportation formation in the capital of Yangyang, it would not affect them. Right then, a tremendous might descended. The terror of that might was unimaginable and everyone could not resist at all. The difference was too great. Compared to that tremendous might, everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy were like ant. Right on the heels of that, killing intent surged over. Everyone in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo included, felt a strong aura of death, as though they would die the next moment. What happened? Is that a perfected immortal? In Heaven and Earth Academy, some cultivators were terrified and their voices trembled. Su Zimo had a grim expression and remained silent. He had experienced such a powerful might and terrifying aura personally when he ascended to the upper world and it was still fresh in his memories. That pressure was definitely not from a perfected immortal. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy turned pale. Elder Zhong's heart sank as he shook his head. An expert who can release such a might has probably surpassed the perfected immortal realm. Surpassing the perfected immortal realm meant that everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could it be an immortal king? At that thought, everyone's eyes revealed a hint of despair. At the same time, Many cultivators understood that only an immortal king would have such methods to stop them from exiting the spatial tunnel. However, no one could understand why an immortal king would attack them. Among them, the strongest were only grade 9 heaven immortals. There was no way they could come into contact with immortal kings. Why would an expert of that level appear? Furthermore, they were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Which immortal king would attack them? Senior, please show mercy. Elder Zhong tried his best to maintain his composure and took a deep breath. We're from Heaven and Earth Academy. Is there any misunderstanding? Nobody replied. However, that terrifying might still enveloped everyone's heads. Furthermore, the killing intent was intensifying. In fact, everyone felt that they could die here at any moment. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes coldly. He had a feeling that the expert hiding in the dark was most likely here for him. However, he could not determine where the expert came from. It was unlikely to be King Yunyu. Given King Yunyu's personality, he would definitely not hide it and would most likely appear directly. If it wasn't King Yunyu, who could it be? An immortal king invited by zither immortal Meng Yao? Or was it an immortal king on the side of Prince Yuan Zuo or the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Perhaps the Yang Yang Immortal Kingdom? Su Zimo had snatched 5 treasures from the 9 heavens and absorbed a large amount of life essence from the ancient parasol tree in the parasol tree secret ground while offending Xie Tianhong. It might be possible if the Yang Yang Immortal Kingdom wanted to kill him. If an immortal king-level expert attacked, he would not be able to defend even if he summoned all 4 sacred souls on the hell suppression tripod. Chapter 2268, 2268 Earthgrade Secret Pavilion. 2268 Earthgrade Secret Pavilion. Sigh, what's the need for this? Right then, a sigh sounded in the vast darkness. Immediately after, another tremendous might surged into the spatial tunnel and everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy felt their bodies lighten. The pressure and suffocation from earlier on vanished instantly and they regained their freedom. Before everyone could react, their 5 senses were severed once more and the world spun. It was as though they were shuttling through the spatial tunnel once more. After a dozen breaths, a bedazzling light flashed before everyone's eyes and their vision gradually returned. The surroundings were filled with fresh air and rich heaven and earth essence chi. The plants were sumptuous and filled with vitality. There were jade pavilions and waterfalls flying in the skies. From time to time, cultivators would soar through the air in a carefree manner. In a flash, everyone had already returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. We're still alive. We seem to have returned safely. Everything before us is not a hallucination, right? When everyone recalled the situation earlier on, they felt that it was surreal. Su Zimo frowned in deep thought and remained silent. When he ascended, he experienced an immortal king assassination attempt. However, that time was completely different from this time. Back then, King Yunyu appeared openly without hiding at all. However, this time round, he did not know who the attacker was. In fact, he was not even sure if the attacker was here for him. If this person was not targeting him, why would their group provoke an immortal king expert? If this person was here for him, what was the reason? Zither Immortal Meng Yao, Prince Yuan Zuo, the Yang Yang Immortal Kingdom or the Pang clan. Every faction had a reason to attack him. However, it was as though neither faction was worth mobilizing such a large force. Unknown enemies were the most terrifying. Actually, all these years, even after Su Zimo joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he had always felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Previously, during the Immortal Sect selection, Prince Yuan Zuo suddenly came looking for him and recognized his identity. That matter was a little strange. Although a long time had passed, Su Zimo had been thinking about it. Was there any connection between that incident and the assassination attempt he experienced this time round? What happened earlier on? Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow snapped out of her stupor and could not help but ask, why would an immortal king-level expert target us? I'm not sure either. Elder Zhong shook his head. Immortal kings are almost peak experts of the upper world and won't attack casually, let alone deal with us. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were puzzled as well. Who was the one who saved us later on? Liu Ping asked curiously. Elder, he said, if I'm not wrong, it should be the sect master. The sect master of Heaven and Earth Academy. This person's status in Divine Firmament Mainland was definitely not weaker than King Jin or King Yang Yang. Elder Zhong said, the sect master's wisdom is unparalleled. He can see through heaven and earth and divine all living beings. He knows everything. In Divine Firmament Mainland, a huge commotion and killing intent like the attack of an immortal king would most likely not be able to escape his senses. That's amazing. Liu Ping bit his tongue. Doesn't that mean disciples of our academy are able to dominate Divine Firmament Mainland? You must be dreaming. Elder Zhong shook his head and smiled. This time round, the sect master only attacked because the difference between us was too great. If it was a fight between the same cultivation realm, the sect master would not care. Victory and death are determined by karma. The sect master would definitely not interfere forcefully. Oh, I see. Liu Ping was slightly disappointed. That's enough. Elder Zhong smiled. No matter what, we survived a calamity. Go back and rest first. Su Zimo, Scarlet Rainbow, Liu Ping, the three of you go back and prepare. About 3 days later, the Grand Elder will summon you guys to join the inner sect. Everyone agreed and dispersed. Su Zimo, follow me. Elder Zhong continued, now that you're at the top of the Earth ranking, you can browse through the cultivation techniques and secret skills freely in the sect's Earthgrade Secret Pavilion. Apart from taking away the secret skills and cultivation techniques in the Secret Pavilion, there are no restrictions at all for you. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. A large part of the reason why he spent so much effort to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was because of this reward. Actually, although the reward was precious for disciples of the Academy, it was nothing much. After all, this was an Earthgrade Secret Pavilion and the cultivation techniques and secret skills within were not considered top tier. Furthermore, for Heaven-grade Immortal sects like Heaven and Earth Academy, there were countless cultivation techniques and secret skills in the Secret Pavilion. However, a person's time and energy were limited and it was impossible for them to cultivate too much. For ordinary cultivators, it was enough to choose a few cultivation techniques and secret skills suitable for them in the pavilion. However, Su Zimo's plan was to digest and absorb all the cultivation techniques and secret skills in Heaven and Earth Academy's Earthgrade Secret Pavilion. Naturally, the Green Lotus True Body could not do that. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body could. The Martial Dao Prime Body had the Martial Dao Furnace and did not need to cultivate at all. He merely had to smelt all the sutras in the Secret Pavilion to decipher the profoundness within. The Martial Dao Prime Body was still in seclusion deducing the cultivation dharmic formulations of the Martial Dao. At that moment, he needed to read a large number of cultivation techniques. Back then, the reason why Su Zimo could create the 9 transformations of the Martial Dao in Tianhuang Mainland was because he had once cultivated the Immortal, Buddhist, Fiend and Demon Daos and obtained the inheritance of many mighty figure experts. That was the reason why he took another path and established the Martial Dao. Right now, if he wanted to continue deducing the divine dharmic formulations of the Martial Dao, the Prime Body would have to smelt cultivation techniques and secret skills continuously to seek experience and inspiration. The quality of the cultivation techniques in the Secret Pavilion might not be high. However, every cultivation technique created and passed down contained the endless wisdom of their predecessors. Furthermore, these were cultivation techniques and secret skills of Heaven and Earth Academy. Before long, Su Zimo followed Elder Zhong and arrived before the Earthgrade Secret Pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy. In front of the Secret Pavilion, an old man with white hair and beard stood guard. He leaned casually against the door with a broom in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. There was no one else around. Even when Su Zimo and Elder Zhong approached, the old man did not open his eyes. Su Zimo could not tell the old man's cultivation. He could only sense that the old man did not have much lifespan left and was at the end of his road. When Elder Zhong saw the old man, he was extremely respectful and bowed. Old Shen, Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Oh! Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and a strange look flashed through them. He sized up Su Zimo for a long time before nodding. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation is promising indeed. The old man praised calmly. Go on in. The old man shifted slightly and closed his eyes to rest once more. Go on in. Elder Zhong patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. If the Grand Elder summons you, I'll inform you. You can browse inside for the next 3 days. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.